support that has been added. Under Program 5 of Development and Research, one indicator under community-based research and planning that has been removed in the APP. So in conclusion, Honorable Chair, it is recommended that the Portfolio Committee notes the analysis that has been done to compare the two APPs. Thank you, Chair.
Perhaps I think we should take all the presentations. I think that way it helps, because I don't want to stop your stamina. I realize that you've taken a nice pace there. So members will follow and they'll just jot down the questions and then come back to you thereafter. I'm really worried about the time.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We will now move to the APP analysis for Department of Education. If I can just pause maybe for a few seconds so that the honorable members can have their presentation in front of them. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. So through you, Chair, if I can skip the presentation layout, the purpose, as well as background and context for the presentation, page 1, 2, and 3, because they are the same throughout the presentations. We took this, the same approach in terms of analyzing and comparing the two APPs for the two financial year. So through you, Chair, if I can go straight to page 4 of the presentation that analyzes the quarterly performance for the programs under the Department of Education. Chair, under Program 1, the department has been achieving at 100% for quarter 1, 2, and 3, and at around 89% for quarter 4. Under Program 2, there are no quarterly indicators in quarter 1, 2, and quarter 3, and in quarter 4, the performance is at 96%. You will note, Chair, in many of the quarters under Department of Education, the indicators will be mostly reported in quarter 4 of the financial year, meaning that most of them are annual indicators. So under Program 3, there was only one indicator for quarter 1, 2, and 3, and that indicator was achieved. Under Program 4, there are no indicators in quarter 1, 2, and 3, and 2 of those, and 4 indicators that were planned in quarter 4, and the achievement is standing at 50% with 2 of those indicators achieved. Under Program 5, there are no indicators, as you can see in quarter 1, 2, and 3. The annual indicators are all achieved, with 6 out of 6 of the indicators achieved in quarter 4. Under Program 6 and Program 7, it is also the same, with no indicators in quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 3, and reporting happening in quarter 4, and achievement as follows. Under Program 6 of Infrastructure Development, 4 out of 6 of those indicators have been achieved, and under Program 7 of Examination and Education Related Services, 8 out of 10 of those indicators achieved, with the percentage of achievement highlighted at the bottom, standing at around 88% for the annual indicators. Chair, on page 5 of the presentation, we are highlighting the indicators that are showing recurring underperformance for the department. Under Program 4, in quarter 1 and quarter 2, the indicator of number of therapists, specialist staff in public special schools, the indicator in quarter 1 and quarter 3 performed below the planned output, with a target of 104, annual target of 104. The indicator has been carried through to the new APP, and the target remains the same, so there are no changes there. On page 6 of the presentation under corporate services, there is one indicator on number of teachers provided with ICT devices. The changes are as follows. The target has been revised to 400 from 375 from the 2023-2024 target of 375. Also, another target under number of district and provincial officials reached through advocacy campaigns on gender-based violence. The target has been revised from 70 to 80. Under the sub-program of education management, there is one indicator where there was a revision. The number of public schools that can be contacted electronically from 800, and the new target now has been revised to 935. On the indicator of monitoring report from each of the 5 districts on the implementation of teacher development, the annual target has been revised to 5. On page 7 of the presentation, through you, Chair, if I can only go to those indicators that have been bolded, because they are the only ones that are showing changes, instead of reading everything out to save time. Thank you, Chair. So under program 2 of public ordinary school education, the indicator of number of learners in public ordinary school benefiting from no fee school policy, the target has been revised to 563,000 from 560,613. So there is an increase there. There is an increase. Yes, there's an increase there. Yes, sorry about that. On the indicator of number of teachers trained in mathematics, content, and methodology, the target for grade 7 was, for grade 7 to grade 9 was 300, and it has been revised to 350. On the indicator of number of teachers trained in language, content, and methodology, that for grade 10, the target there is reduced from 300 to 250. On the indicator of number of schools monitored on the implementation of EGRA tool, the target there was 150, and the indicator has been rephrased. On the indicator of number of schools provided with grade 3 African languages, on the indicator of number of schools grade 3 African languages, grade there is the indicator there has been rephrased, and the rephrased indicators are provided on the right of the presentation. On page 8 of the presentation, Chair, under the program of public ordinary school education, under program 2, the indicator of output indicator, number of teachers trained on coding and robotics or digital technology, there has been a new target that has been set of 220. That is a reduction from the old, new target of 200, which is a reduction from the old target of 220. So the target is revised there. On the indicator of number of teachers trained on inclusion, the old target was 500, and the new target is now 1,000, so there's a revision of the target. Number of teachers trained on school safety issues, the target has been revised to 400 against 100 from the old APP. On the indicator of number of agricultural focused schools, the target has been revised to 18 from 17. On the indicator of number of grade 10 learners who participate in STREAMS subjects, The target has been set to 62,690, which is a revision from 66,805. I'm sure we are noting the reduction there. So all in all, under this program, there are 8 annual targets that have been revised. I am now on page 9 of the presentation, still under ordinary schools. The indicator of programs implemented to enhance performance in a second chance school, it has been revised with an old target of 1 and a new target of 11,450. So that is a significant change that has been done there. There are also 3 new indicators that are added under this particular sub-program on the number of schools participating in sporting activities, number of schools participating in youth citizen action programs, and number of schools participating in Nkosi Albert Luthuli oral history project with the targets provided there at 50. Under program 3 of independent school subsidies, the indicator number, a percentage of registered independent schools receiving subsidies, there's a new target of 69%, revised from 67%. Number of learners subsidized at registered independent school, there's a new target of 14,900 from 13,880. And the indicator of percentage of registered independent schools visited for monitoring and support, the revision now stands at 73% from 70%. So there are new 3 targets that have been revised under that sub-program. Under program 4 of public special school education, we have revisions in targets as follows: number of learners in public special schools, the revision of 6,640 from 6,753. We can also see there that there is a decrease in terms of the targets that are reported there. On the indicator number of schools of skills implementing the technical occupational stream, the new target of 9 is revised from the old target of 8. We can see the increase there. On the indicator number of special schools provided with educational assistive devices, the target is reduced from 8 to 5 in the new APP. So over there are new targets that have been revised and a new indicator that has been added, and it is the number of learners with disability in appropriate formal education program with an annual target of only 190. On page 12 of the presentation, Chair, the targets that have been revised under output indicator, number of registered ECD programs, the target has been revised from 1,409 to 1,420. The indicator on number of children accessing registered ECD programs, the revision from 8,180 to 81,180 to the new target of 81,200. The indicator of number of learners in grade R, the target from 37,114 to the new target of 38,114. So there are 3 targets that have been revised. Those are all annual targets, and there's an indicator that has been added under that program on number of schools where grade R learners are accessed for school readiness for entry into grade R. On page 13 of the presentation, Chair, under infrastructure development, program 6, The indicator number of public schools provided with water infrastructure, the target has been revised to 8 from the old target of 13. The number of public schools provided with electricity infrastructure, there is a revision of 13 from 14 schools, and the indicator number of public schools supplied with sanitation facilities, new target of 13, revised from an old target of 7 schools. Number of schools provided with new or additional boarding facilities, it's an annual target of 1 that has been revised there, and number of schools where scheduled maintenance projects were completed, new target of 30 from an old target of 11, and number of security fences constructed with a new target of 50 from 20 in the last financial year. So all in all, there are 5 annual targets that have been revised under this program of infrastructure development, and there is one indicator that has been added on number of schools where names assessments were completed with an annual target of 72 of those schools. Under program 4, under program 7, indicator, percentage of grade 12 learners achieving 60% and above in maths. A target of 15% is put against a target of 14. Percentage of grade 12 learners achieving 60% or more in physical science, a target of 18 against 17, that was there in the previous financial year. Grade 12 learners who pass engineering, graphics, design, set at 88% against a target of 87 last year. And grade 12 learners who pass arts subjects set at 94% against 93%. Percentage of grade 12 learners passing technical subjects, this excludes technical maths and science. The target has been revised to 95% from 99.1. And the percentage of grade 12 learners passing technical maths, sorry, I apologize for that, there is no change there. The indicator, number of public primary schools where at least 60% of grade 6 learners perform at level 4 and above in both EFAL and maths. New target of 300 has been revised from an old target of 350. So all in all, 6 annual targets have been revised for this particular program. On page 15 of the presentation, and I'm now providing a summary in terms of what we have observed in the analysis. And it follows that there was only 1 recurring underperformance in the financial year, and the indicator was carried through in the new APP, remains unchanged. And this also means that the target for this indicator also remains unchanged. For the indicators in the new financial year, in the new APP of the financial year, the following changes have been made. There are 3, under program 1, there are 3 annual targets that have been increased, 1 indicator that has been rephrased. Under program 2 of public ordinary school education, on page 16 of the presentation, under program 2, there is 1 indicator that was removed, 4 indicators that were rephrased, 8 targets that were revised, with 4 of them increasing and 4 of them decreasing, and 3 new targets that have been added. Under program 3, there are 3 targets that are annual targets that were revised. The targets were increased in terms of the numbers and percentages that are provided there. And on page 17 of the presentation, under program 4 of public special school education, 3 annual targets were revised and 1 indicator was added. Under program 5 of early childhood development, 3 annual targets have been revised and they are increased, and 1 indicator has been added. Under infrastructure development, 5 targets have been revised and new indicator has been added. So under program 5 of examination, under program 7 of examination and education related services, 3 annual targets have been revised. Chair, And all honorable members, honorable chair, it is recommended that the portfolio notes the presentation that has been done by Office of the Premier. Thank you very much.
So according to you, we're only left with one.
We will be left with 3 presentations, but for quarter one, performance analysis. For each department, 1 presentation per department.
Yeah, so let's quickly run through it. I realize we've gone slightly overboard in relation to time. Focus on deviations, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and mindful of the time, I'm continuing with Department of Health, doing quarter one for 2024-25. Through your permission, Chair, I'm going to skip the first slides, which speak to layout, purpose, compliance. The department is in full compliance. Then we zoom in straight to slide number 4 for health quarter one performance, and it shows that in quarter one, the programs of the department performed as follows. In administration, they achieved 2 out of 8 planned targets, which is a performance of 75%. And in district health services, which is program 2, the department is sitting at 59. In program 1 is 25% performance. In program 2 is 59%, which is 32 targets achieved out of the planned 54. In emergency medical services, nothing was achieved against the 5 planned targets, and this is a 0% performance. Program 4, provincial or regional hospital services, the department achieved 5 out of 13 planned targets, which is a performance of 38%. In program 5, central hospital services, the department achieved 12 out of 16 planned targets, which is a performance of 75%. Program 6, health sciences and training, the department achieved 4 out of 5, which is a performance of 80%. Program 7, healthcare support services, the department achieved 4 out of 6 planned targets, which is a performance of 67%. And the last program, program 8, health facilities management, had 1 target and they achieved it at 100%. And in total, the department had 108 targets with indicators with targets for the quarter, and out of these 60 were achieved, which is 56% achievement. Then we move to the next slide. It's just a graphical illustration of what I've just presented. Then, Chairperson, I am not going to go through the slides that provide the details of the underachieved indicators. However, I did prepare an analysis which provides summary of what is our take in terms of this performance, and that is in. My apologies, I see that my health slides are not numbered, but from the back, it is towards the back where we have key observations, Honorable Chair and members. I think it's, how many pages?
For last slide.
Yes, thank you. From the back. This is a summary of the story that is in the table. And this summary is also informed by what we would have seen in the previous financial year, because in as much as we are in a new term, but it's still the same department and the same services that they must still provide and which require improvement nevertheless. So in the, what you are seeing and saying is that for the period under review, the department has achieved a total performance of 56%, which is a slight improvement from the 54% that they achieved in the last quarter of the previous financial year. And in program 1, the following indicators will require some close monitoring by the department, as they have shown some recurring underperformance in the past financial year and were not achieved in quarter 1. As I'm saying that, it's not like we're starting afresh as a department. You know, it's like everything is new, but it's a carryover of what has been happening in the previous financial year, and we've taken cognizance of that, and hence we are lifting the percentage of invoices paid within 30 days. There has been a struggle in achieving this indicator or the targets of this indicator previously, and we started off on the same footing in quarter 1. Then in program 2, district health services, a high rate of loss to follow up affected performance of some of the indicators relating to TB and HIV treatment or management. And the department has highlighted the re-establishment of adherence clubs, strengthening community health education, as well as appointment of additional social workers to improve disclosure as some of the corrective measures in this regard. Then in program 2 and 4, we've noted poor performance on targets set for indicators relating to death under 5 years in relation to diarrhea and pneumonia. So all those indicators, or most of them, that are relating to under 5-year-old death rates due to diarrhea or pneumonia, there is quite some poor performance on the targets. Some of the reasons cited include the delays in seeking help or care by the caregivers, failure to identify acutely sick children, and poor identification of danger signs. But there is also good performance on similar indicators, however, on Program 5. And then on the next page, Program 2 and 4, District Health Services, poor performance on indicators for cervical cancer screening coverage due to low demand. And in Manapo and Boitumelo Regional Hospitals, they are not conducting the cervical cancer screening, even though these indicators are set with targets for achieving in the quota under review. Then in Program 3, the shortage of skilled personnel in EMS was one of the major issues that was reported to hamper achievement of targets on this program. And this is consistent with the reasons for deviation reported in the previous financial year and will thus require close monitoring by department on corrective measures proposed. So basically what we are saying, or what we've seen, is that the same reasons are still, the department is still citing them, that the issues of personnel are affecting their performance on Program 3. And this is something that has been this way for some time for the department. And then in Program 5, poor performance is noted on both patient safety incident case closure rate indicators in the program. Then in Program 6, unavailability of participants affected performance on training of midwives trained on BANC+. Then in Program 7, there's one indicator which continues with recurring underperformance when checked against that of previous financial year, and this is the service level for normal orders. And it was affected by factors such as the warehouse is 2 weeks behind schedule, and which causes delays in finalizing the dispatching of the vouchers. The dispatch unit also lost 2 experienced officials recently, and the posts are not yet filled. So in general, there are issues of personnel or and staff or capacity which do affect some of the programs' performance in the department. Then, in conclusion, I therefore summarize performance of the department in Q1 2024-25 as follows. Program 1, administration, they achieved 25% of their planned targets and 75% was not achieved. Program 2, district health services, 59% of their planned targets was achieved and 41% was not achieved. And Program 3, emergency medical services, nothing was achieved in terms of their planned targets. And Program 4, provincial or regional hospital services, 38% of their planned targets were achieved and 62% of their planned targets were not achieved. Then in Program 5, central hospital services, 75% of their planned targets were achieved, 25% was not achieved. And Program 6, health sciences and training, 80% of the planned targets were achieved, 20% were not achieved. And then in Program 7, healthcare support services, 67% of their planned targets were achieved, 33% were not achieved. And in Program 8, the one indicator was 800% achievement. And in conclusion, the total performance of the department is at 56% for the first quarter of 2024-25 financial year. And this is the end of the presentation for Q1 for DOH, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'm worried about the time, but I'm equally worried about the quality of work that's going to come out of this committee. I want to check, is social development already here? We can steal some more of their time. So we focus on deviations, summary, and reasons for that. If we can speed it up, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do that. I'll do exactly that, Chair. Through you, Chair, I'll start with the Department of Education because it is very short. Department of Education has the following targets and indicators under Program 1. Sorry, I have the wrong one. Under Program 1, there are 3 indicators that have been achieved at 100%. Under under program 3 and program 4, one indicator each, and it is achieved. The department had a total of 5 indicators, and those indicators have been achieved at 100%. You will see, Chair, on page 5 and page 6, we are giving graphical illustrations of 100% achievement. Under program, key observations on page 7 of the presentation, it says that for the period under review, there are no indicators that are showing underperformance. All the indicators have been achieved as planned. On page 8 of the presentation, under the conclusion, we are indicating that for the first quarter of the 2024-25 financial year, the Department of Education under Program 1 of Administration achieved 100% of their planned indicators. Under Program 2, there are no indicators planned. Program 3 and Program 4 achieved 100% of what they had planned to do. Program 5, Program 6, and Program 7, there are no indicators that have been planned for the quarter. So as a conclusion, on page 10, we are indicating that the department achieved a total of 100% for the first quarter of the financial year. Thank you, Chair. That's it for education. Through you, Chair, I would move to the Department of Social Development to give a first quarter 1 analysis of performance for the department. Through you, Chair, because the presentations all follow the same framework, if I can start on page 3 of the presentation where it provides for compliance. As you can see, they complied with their submission dates and submitted their reports on time. On page 4, it gives a table illustration of the performance analysis that we are doing for quarter 1, and reads as follows. Under Program 1 of Administration, there are 3 targets that were planned. 1 was achieved and 2 were not achieved, giving it a 33% achievement. Under Program 2 of Social Welfare, 7 targets were planned, 4 were achieved, 3 were not, giving 57%. Under Program 3, Children and Families, 10 targets were planned, 9 were achieved, 1 was not, giving a 90% achievement. Under Program 4, Restorative Services, 10 targets were planned, 9 were achieved, 1 was not, giving 90%. And under Program 5, Development and Research, 14 of those were achieved, 14 were planned, 13 were achieved, 1 was not, giving a 93% achievement in terms of performance. And in total, the department had 44 indicators that it had planned with targets. 36 of those targets were achieved and 8 were not achieved, giving an 82% achievement. Page 5 and page 6 gives a graphical illustration of what I have just spoken to in the tables there on page 4 of the presentation. Moving along to the indicators that were not achieved, as well as the reasons for deviation. The first indicator on percentage of valid invoices that have been paid was not achieved with a target of 199 that was achieved, and the indication is that the payment was done on time, but the program bus couldn't interface. So also the department did not provide any corrective action there. On the indicator of number of comprehensive assessments conducted by social workers, 44 out of 450 was achieved, and the indication is that the social workers, those comprehensive assessments that were conducted, they were not submitted by cutoff date, so that was the reason for the non-achievement. And the department indicated that they will engage with the district supervisors to address delays in terms of reporting. Under Program 2, the indicator number of older persons accessing residential facilities, the indicator there, 1,375 was planned and 1,349 was achieved. And the reason for the non-achievement is that there were 3 individuals who passed away during this quarter. And the other reason is that there was non-compliance by 2 NPOs in the Thabo Mafutsanyana district. So there will be consequence management that will be implemented as a corrective action. On page 9 of the presentation, and program 2, number of implementers trained on social and behavior change programs. The quota there that was target for the indicator was 112 implementers, and only 89 of that was achieved. And the reason is that there has been delays in replacement of suspended NPOs, and the corrective action will be to finalize the appraised and recommended organizations. Under the indicator of beneficiaries reached through social and behavior change programs, 2905 against the 3305 was achieved, and the reason is that there's been withdrawal of funding for non-compliant organizations. On page 10 of the presentation, number of children placed in foster care, 101 of those children were placed against a target of 130, and the reason for the non-achievement is that there was implementation of the top-up grant that led to the reduced number of children who are qualifying. And on page 11 of the presentation, on the indicator number of victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and crime who accessed sheltering services, 44 of them accessed those against a set target of 50. And the indication is that service is based on referrals from, for example, your SAPS and health. So if there are no referrals, it means then that on the other side, the indicator will not be achieved. On page 12 of the presentation, still under targets that have been achieved under program 5, the indicator number of population capacity development sessions conducted, there was none that were conducted because there was no, the target group was unavailable, and the session has been postponed to the second quarter. On page 13 of the presentation, under key observations, Chair, we are observing that the department achieved 82% in the first quarter of the financial year and not achieving 18% of the first quarter. And because it is their first quarter, we will not be able to see indicators that are showing recurring non-performance. We will be able to see them in the subsequent quarters when we present to you. So in conclusion, the committee should note the following: that program 1 achieved 33% of their plan targets, program 2 achieved 57%, program 3 and program 4 achieved 90% of their plan targets, and program 5 achieved 93% of their plan targets, and in total the department achieved 82% of what it had planned to do in the first quarter. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I don't know from the members, do we have any questions? In the absence of any, I think you perhaps have done your work. I think other questions that they might have might be asked directly to the departments. I think they're the best placed people to. We thank you for your presentation, and perhaps our journey ends here. Thank you very much, ladies. I know we excused you a lot for time, but you exceedingly exceeded what I was expecting. Thank you very much.
Che, it sounds like Karwari Kuba asiambi.
Yeah.
It sounds like Karwari Kuba asiambi though. We would like to observe the engagements. So it always helps us also in, understanding what are the issues behind and how they then respond. Sometimes, it helps us. Thank you.
Welcome. The department is social development. I see the MEC is with you. Please feel free. I think there's enough chairs for all of us. Apologies, honorable members and the officials. We're running slightly behind schedule, but be that as it may, we are forced to continue with business of the day. You are most welcome. I think I'll introduce honorable members for you to feel comfortable with. I think on your side, we'll just take introductions from people who will do the presentations, and then we are trying to save time. Honorable Thabo Meko there with a white shirt, the chair of chairs, and then next to him is Honorable Zama Sikwebela, and then next to him is Honorable Masweu, next to him is Honorable Leach, and next to her is Honorable Kharekwe, and next to her is Honorable Opa Khwabane, and next to him is Honorable Foko. So we are trying to quickly run through matters. The Department of the Premier has already presented an overview. I think we have a sense. So MEC and your team, HOD, you are most welcome. Greetings to you and your team. So from now now we will give to the MEC to lead the team with any remarks that you might be having, MEC. Thank you. We're on your hands.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, officials who are present this morning. Let me appreciate the invitation to the Portfolio Committee for us to be able to come and present on our performance during the first quarter of the current financial year. As the Department of Social Development, we will always try to say if we are not going to reduce unemployment and poverty, the department that takes a brand is the Department of Social Development, because everyone would come to the department for assistance or support. But at the same time, as the Department of Social Development, we have moved away from being a Department of Social Welfare. We therefore have a responsibility also to make sure that as we spend our budget, we promote and strengthen our community development projects, which seeks to empower our people with skills that will enable them to be self-sustainable rather than relying on the assistance of government every time. But I think, Honorable Chair, the budget allocated to us, we are trying our best to make sure that we use it as per its divisions in terms of every quarter. But you would find that some of the targets that we have set for ourselves may not be met because it's not in our control. Like, for instance, if we are providing a budget to host children which are in conflict with the law. That is not in our control. We rely on the courts to refer such children to us. If we don't have them, we don't reach the target, but we become happy if we have not reached that target, because it means the number of children who are in conflict with law are reducing. So I just want to mention those that you'll find that there are some of the targets which were not met, but to us, that's a negative, a positive contribution, because ours is to make sure that we reduce the number of people who are on substance abuse, elderly people who need care, we take care of them, and all those groups which are normally regarded as vulnerable groups. So with those few remarks, I would want to say thank you very much. Without much ado, I would hand back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Perhaps we should then be guided who's going to be presenting, so I hand you over to the legal team for oath, or can I say oath again? Ho na le sekgowa se hantle. Affirmation, yes. That's a perfect English.
Thank you, Chair. HOD, I'll then start with you. Good morning, sir. The mic is not-
Oh, Kina, Ntshwarele, Chair. Good morning.
Thank you, HOD. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
My names are Tumelo Jacob Par.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate Phahlo. Please guide me as to who will be assisting you.
It will be the acting director, strategy, Me Lekoro, and Me Mbuisa, and Me Nondabula. Only. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Melekoro, please stand. Good morning, Mayor. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please speak into the mic.
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My names are Lesego Miranda Lekoro.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am Buisa, good morning.
Okay. Good morning.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Makotso Elizabeth Mboyisa.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. I forgot your name. Hi. Good morning, Ma'am Nondabula.
Morning, ma'am.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, ma'am.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record and speak into the mic.
I'm Fezeka Fidelia Nondabula.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Help me, God.
Thank you, Ma'am Nondabula. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we should just go straight to the presentations. Whoever is leading the team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can we please be guided, because we have 2 documents that we're supposed to be speaking on. The first being the first quarter performance report, and the other one being the APP 2024-25 MTF.
I think it's best if we start with the APP. The first quarter will attend to it a bit later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, members. Our presentation, I will start directly on page 17 of our programs that we had planned for this financial year, which is 24 and 25. So on slide 17, it's program 1, administration, and the sub-program, it's corporate services. So on corporate services, we have planned for 7 indicators. And the performance indicators are number of risk management and fraud prevention awareness workshops, which we have planned 12. Number of workshops on prevention of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure conducted, we have planned 2 for this financial year. And then the percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days, we want to achieve 100%. The number of social service professionals appointed, we are planning for 121 to be appointed. The number of comprehensive assessments conducted by social workers, our target is 2,200. The number of written supervision contracts between social work supervisors and supervisees signed, we have planned for 410. So this sub-program, or this program of administration, our budget for this financial year, it's 329 million. Then slide 19, which is program 2, social welfare services. The first sub-program there, it's care and services to older persons. Here we want to provide residential care and community-based care and support services to our 5,875 older persons. The indicators that will be implementing a number of older persons accessing residential facilities, which is 1,375. The number of older persons accessing community-based care and support services, we are planning 4,500. Then the next sub-program, it's services to persons with disability. Here we want to promote, protect the rights of 1,501 persons with disabilities. The first services will be rendering its residential care and protective workshops. The indicators are number of persons with disabilities accessing residential facilities. We are targeting 596. Then number of persons with disabilities accessing services in protective workshops, we are targeting 905. Then slide 20, still on program 2, it's HIV and AIDS. On HIV and AIDS, we have social behavior change programs as well as psychosocial support services. We are targeting 23,308 beneficiaries, and the indicators that will be implementing a number of implementers trained on social and behavior change programs with a target of 465. The number of beneficiaries reached through our social and behavior change programs with a target of 16,200. And lastly, number of beneficiaries receiving psychosocial support services with a target of 6,643. Then the last sub-program, it's social relief. We want to provide relief and ease hardship to 100 beneficiaries. The indicator is number of people who benefited from social relief of distress with a target of 100. And the budget for this program is 263,920,000. Then to program 3, which is slide 23. Program 3 is children and families. The sub-program are care and services to families. Here we are providing prevention and early intervention services to 13,395 family members. The indicators are number of family members participating in family preservation services with a target of 10,150. Then number of family members reunited with their families with a target of 30. Then number of family members participating in parenting skills program with a target of 3,235. Then on child care and protection services, we are targeting 495 vulnerable children where we are providing early intervention and statutory services. The indicators are number of children placed in foster care with a target of 495 and number of children in foster care reunited with their families with a target of 15. Then slide 24, ECD and partial care. Our target is to register the partial care and also for children to access the registered partial care facilities. Here we are targeting, or we want to provide those services to 694 children. Our indicators are number of registered partial care facilities with a target of 44, number of children accessing registered partial care facilities with a target of 694. Then child and youth care centers. Here we are providing residential care and support to our vulnerable children, targeting 1,075. This is implemented in our funded CYCCs, as well as our two government institutions, which is Leratong and Tekolehelo. The indicators are number of children placed in child and youth care centers, target of 1,075, and number of children in child and youth care centers reunited with their families. Then the last sub-program in program 3, it's community-based care and services. Here we are providing prevention and early intervention programs to 7,175 children with the assistance from 300 trained CYCCs. Our indicators are number of children reached through community-based prevention and early intervention programs, targeting 7,175, number of sites or communities where children could access those services with a target of 35, and number of child and youth care center workers providing community-based care services with a target of 300. And the budget for this program, it's 333,808. Then program 4 in slide 27, the restorative services. We have 3 sub-programs there. Crime prevention and support. We are providing services to children in conflict with the law. We also providing diversion programs, and here we are targeting 14,480, as well as 734 diversion programs. The indicators are number of persons reached through social crime prevention program. We're targeting 14,480. The number of persons in conflict with the law who completed programs, our target is 734. Number of children in conflict with the law who accessed secure care centers, our target is 72. The number of schools reached through crime prevention programs with a target of 75. And lastly, number of developmental programs implemented at our government secure care centers. Then sub-program victim empowerment. We are providing psychosocial services to victims of crime and violence, and here we are targeting women and children for these VEP services, 22,611. Our indicators are number of victims of crime and violence accessing support services with a target of 3,830. Number of victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and crime who accessed sheltering services with a target of 201, and number of beneficiaries reached through gender-based violence program with a target of 18,580. Then the last sub-program in program 4, substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation. We are providing 36,965 children and adults to be rendered with these services. Our indicators are number of people reached through substance abuse prevention programs. Our target is 36,264. Number of service users who accessed substance use disorder treatment services with a target of 506. The number of service users who accessed substance use disorder reintegration and aftercare service with a target of 197. And the budget is 225 million. Then program 5, from slide 30, development and research. The sub-program community mobilization. We want to reach 2,820 beneficiaries through our community dialogues and ministerial outreach programs. The indicator is number of people reached through community mobilization program with a target of 2,820. Then institutional capacity building and support for NPOs. Here we want to capacitate NPOs where we will be strengthening their management and governance. The indicator number of NPOs capacitated with a target of 987. Then slide 31, poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihoods. Here we want to provide food to 18,573 people through our DSD feeding programs. The indicators will be implementing a number of people benefiting from poverty reduction initiatives with a target of 421, number of households accessing food through DSD food security programs with a target of 218, and number of people accessing food through DSD feeding programs, which is our center-based. The target is 18,573, and the last indicator is number of cooperatives linked to economic opportunities. Then the next sub-program is community-based research and planning. Here we want to profile 2,000 households and develop 12 community-based plans. Chairperson, I would like to apologize that we made an error when we were compiling this slide. The target on number of households profiled, it's supposed to be 2,000, not 900, as it is in the signed APP. My apologies. So the indicators, it's number of households profiled, target of 2,000, and number of community-based plans developed, target of 12. Then slide 32, youth development. We want to reach 1,740 youth as well as 15 youth structures that will be supporting. Our aim is to train and capacitate our youth structures. Indicators are number of youth development structures supported with a target of 15, number of youth participating in skills development programs with a target of 500, and number of youth participating in youth mobilization programs with a target of 1,240. Then on women development, we want to reach 800 women and support 15 initiatives. Our indicators are number of women participating in empowerment programs, target of 800, and number of women empowerment initiatives supported with a target of 15. Then on EPWP, we want to create work opportunities to 1,000, or we want to create 1,000 jobs through EPWP program. Indicator is number of EPWP work opportunities created with a target of 1,000. Then the last sub-program is population policy and promotion. Here we are implementing our population advocacy, information and communication activities. We have 5 indicators there. It's number of population capacity development sessions conducted. We are planning for 4. Number of population advocacy, information, education and communication activities implemented. We are targeting 7. And number of population policy monitoring and evaluation reports, we are planning for 1. Number of research projects completed, we are planning for 1. And number of demographic profiles projects completed, we are planning for 5. And the budget for this program, program 5, it's 152,965,000. That is my story. Thank you, Chairperson.
Please, whoever's presenting, just slash straight to deviations and the reasons thereof actions.
Yes. Will I switch it off? Will do, Chairperson. We will only emphasize on areas of deviations. We start on slide 3. Chairperson, you would see that in the first quarter, we targeted 44 variables, out of which we received 82%, and 18, there are varied reasons as to why we did not achieve those. Then we go to slide 8, Chairperson. With regard to the percentage of service providers or invoices paid within 30 days, we 99%, we could not achieve 100%, and we are the first to admit that it's unacceptable because all service providers are supposed to be paid within 30 days. On the number of comprehensive assessments conducted by social workers, we got 98%, and the delays were experienced because of the issue of the cut-off date, Chairperson, but we've already come with a corrective measure of how are we going to correct it going forward. On slide 11, you would see, Chairperson, that it's a number of older persons accessing residential facilities. We were aiming to have 100%, but it's 98% because of the attrition. 3 older persons passed away in Karib, in Reitersburg, Tromsbeck 2, and Reitersburg 1. On slide 13, Chairperson, it's an issue which relates to the number of implementers trained on social behavior change program. We got 72% because of the reprioritization that we did as far as the funds are concerned from the recommended associations. On number of beneficiaries reached through social and behavior change, we got 88% because we do take a decision decisively of organizations which are not compliant. And one of who fell foul of those is Child Welfare South Africa. Hence, we moved to 88%. On slide 17, Chair, number of children placed in foster care, we got 78%, and it is because of the advent of the Amendment Act of Children's Amendment Act 17, which increased the top-up as far as children are concerned. Hence, we got that 78%. As we moved on, Chairperson, to slide 24, you'd find that the number of victims of gender-based violence, we got 88%. We, the only province, and proudly so, who can report here under the MEC that we are having 5 shelters in all districts. But it's a voluntary and it's demand-driven, Chairperson. Hence, we received 84% as far as it's concerned. On the last slide, Chairperson, which is slide 34, it's number of population development session conducted. We are guilty as sin Honorable Chair, on this one, would implore the Honorable Committee to strike off that reasoning. It's not applicable, and we would not want to mislead the committee under oath. And we want to register that it was just not done. And internally, we are taking steps which are corrective steps on that matter, and it has already been corrected in this quarter, which is the second quarter. In conclusion, Chair, we want to recommend that the first quarter non-financial report of the department be noted, and we want to thank the committee that the department will continue improving, as MEC has stated, that will improve the livelihoods of the people who are on the periphery of the periphery. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD. I think now we can take questions from the members. Honorable Leach, anyone else? Honorable Squabela, and Honorable Meko, Honorable Khwaban, in that order, please. Honorable Foko will be the last one.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, MEC, for joining us today. We commend you for the work that you are doing in social development. It's more of a comment than rather a question. We recently went to Malaysia for a training trip there. And what was very interesting is we did ask in terms of social development, etc. And it was indicated there that instead of getting an amount in your card, they load up, they've got a relationship with some of the businesses, and they load up a type of a voucher, and you can only use the money to buy certain items such as food, and if it's a child grant, diapers, milk, things like that. And they said the reason why they did it is because the elderly and some of the other parents took the money and then bought drugs and alcohol with it. And they said in order to stop that, that is what they did. So I just wanted to bring that back to the committee and to the MEC to perhaps we can even consult with National into looking into a system like that. And I think we could also then, yesterday during the public meeting, it was obvious that a lot of pensioners go through abuse and that they are robbed from their pension money from youngsters in order to buy drugs and alcohol. And perhaps we can assist in this manner because there would then be no need to assault our elderly and our mothers to get hold of that money. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Let's welcome the two presentations from the department. I want to start with the APP, Chair. When you go to Program 2, sub-program of the service to the older person, the indicator that is removed there, which is one of the developmental programs or for the older persons in the residential facility. I just want to get clarity, why is it removed? If you remember very well, Chair, yesterday we were at the public hearing in Kwakwa. I have never seen so much or many older persons with passion in sports, even more than the young people. They want sport. They were all raising their issues about and frustration about sports. So I want to understand when you remove this indicator, what does that mean? Are you saying that those the older persons, you are no longer going to get to developmental programs to them, especially those ones that you are raising that they are placed into residential facilities? That is Program 2, sub-program, service to the older persons on the APP. And then the second one that I want to understand on the same program of sub-program of social relief, you rephrase, your target was based on a household, and now you are individualizing the beneficiaries to individuals. I understand that South Africa as a country, it's a more of in an approach family unit. So if you are going to be focusing on individuals than a household, is that the target orientated to individual empowerment or versus the household? Because my understanding would be that to say once you empower one person that lives in a household, you would have empowered the almost majority of those people. I'm not sure about the nature of the social relief that has been. Perhaps it might be the nature of the social relief that is given to those people that made you to change from the household to individual persons. And then, Chair, when you on program 4, we would like to welcome the new indicator that of the number of the schools that will be reached through crime prevention. That is sub-program, program 4, restoration services and crime and prevention support, sub-program. But what I would want to encourage more to the department is that given the integrated crime prevention strategy, more of intergovernmental programs. I think from the different committees who have been raising this issue very much that there should be, we need to see visible intergovernmental programs. Perhaps you need to look into how you're going to do it in an intergovernmental program, which means in the main you'll have Department of Education and Department of Community Safety and including SAPS. And you look at perhaps this one of human traffic victims who access social facilities. I see that it has been removed. Can you just explain to us why, or we do not have so much victims, or what is happening in terms of human trafficking in the Free State? Program 5, Chair, in this program on the APP, I have a problem. All targets remains the same. So the department is saying, and this program focuses on the core issues that are happening in the country, in the Free State, and in the world, which is youth development, human empowerment, job creation, population. I'm not sure population policy promotion, it might be meaning that you make people to be aware about population growth or what else, but my understanding is that issues relating to population, all your targets remain the same. Youth, 500, women empowerment, 800, EPWP, 1,000, and your targets. Which means you are saying to us, as far as the National Development Plan is concerned, the department is not going to move to contribute to the country targets. That's what you are saying to us. From last year, even including this year, you are not going to contribute. Your targets are going to remain the same. And what makes you to ensure, if you look at the National Development Plan, what makes you to make these targets to remain the same when you know that we have targets that we must reach by 2030? The vision of the country, especially as far as the youth development is concerned, women empowerment, and the work with, including that one of population. Population growth is a very problematic issue that even changed the approach of how we're doing things. I just want to understand, given your sustainable development goals, you go to goal number 5, goal number 5, goal number 10. We need to be contributing, but you are remaining the same, you are not moving. It's like you are not aware of the contribution that you must contribute at the level of the scale, of the global scale, and the level of the country. On the on quarter 1, Chair, we welcome the performance, and I want to say that the department demonstrate the capacity to even move to at 90% of performance. It is there, because when you look. Some of the reasons that are being stated as the reasons for deviation, these are things that can be corrected and you can be able to achieve a total of those targets. You look at on the issues of percentage of valid invoices. So a system that the end user thing cannot take us 3 months to be able to reach that particular target. It's something that is fixable. I think this one you can improve on it. And then I want to, on the comprehensive assessment of comprehensive assessment conducted by social workers, there's 20, I think 10 that you did not achieve there. But this talks to, when you look at the corrective edge, this talks to the issue of effective reporting timelines of the administration, from the person who is a worker from the lower level reporting to the supervisor and then carried out that information. Perhaps you need to strengthen the effective reporting that everyone must adhere to timelines, because the delays, they are not even clear that what were the delays, what caused the delays. It was just the delays of citing that of the cutoff. But this can be corrected when you have clear reporting timelines from the person that is supposed to report to their other person that they are responsible. And when you go to program, this program 2, Chair, number of the beneficiaries reached through social and behavioral change programs. I wanted to understand that there are 400 beneficiaries there that I'm sure it's beneficiaries that are supposed to have, that are not being reached due to non-compliant of the NGOs. So my question is then, because this is posed to, when you look at what is cited as the implementation, the corrective action, it speaks about the implementation of the program. But here it's an issue of NPO versus an individual. So when you withdraw, because I want to believe that the 3,305, it is the individuals, not the NPOs. So then this means that when you need to, at least when you look at, when you deal with your APP, you need to say, if you are dealing with, if you are dealing with NPOs, when you withdraw an NPO, are you disqualifying those people on the basis of an NPO, or themselves they are not eligible to be reported as the target? Because it means that their participation is based on an NPO. So you can disqualify an NPO, but the people, they must benefit out of that particular program. That's what it means, because it's issue of compliant, of non-compliant that is cited, of which we believe that these are fixable things, but you can continuously reach that target. So it means that there might be mitigating measures that must be put into place to ensure that when an NPO is not non-compliant, does not mean the beneficiaries, they must not benefit, because they ought to benefit, because they are not responsible for the compliance of that NPO, but the leadership of that NPO is the one that must be held accountable, so that everyone that is supposed to benefit does benefit. I think we must accept, Chair, this one of referrals, I will leave it. But perhaps we need to strengthen the awareness, because you are citing that it is voluntary. So some of the people that are faced with gender-based victims of gender-based violence, perhaps it talks to the awareness program of the department that they must be aware there are these particular facilities or services that they need to that are offered by the department, except the issues of waiting for referrals from the SAPS and health. So they are achievable, some of these things. But we must accept, Chair, on the last issue, which is Program 5, the honesty of the department that this one, it was not done on issues of population capacity. Because I was going to ask that, how is it possible that you have identified a target group and for the 3 months you are saying those people are not available? But when you are saying to us that you did not do it, then we accept the honesty of that that you are presenting to us. Thank you, Chair. That will be all from my side.
No, thanks. Let's thank the presentation, but also welcome the good work the department is doing. 2 questions, Chair. Number 1, MSc, the pandemic, gender-based violence, are we winning it? Particularly as it relates to the budget and the involvement of the entirety of society. In your own words, you said it's not the responsibility of either the department or government alone. 2, you must forgive us to bombard you about our recent experience of the meeting of the elders yesterday. Number 1, the relationship between the department and I don't want to say the national department, but all the entities of the national department that have got a footprint in the province. Of course, I will always limit it to SASSA. There was an old lady yesterday who says the bank account have been changed. She didn't receive her money. We were lucky that the senior officials of the department were around who assisted and the matter was attended to. And I'm just worried about such incidences all over the province. What is the relationship of the department and SASSA in particular, but others, of course, in attending or in an attempt to pick up these things and resolve them? Is there a mechanism to the extent that the department would know that there's a particular problem which is assuming, the state of being a phenomena, if my English is proper. In other words, reoccurring, happening in a manner that it's unabated. Well, number two, it shocked me, MEC. Elders are complaining about the queues at the bank. And we know the reason why the department has moved from, what do they call them, the pay points to the banks. But they're also complaining about the queues at the bank. I am not sure what will be the magical approach, maybe at the level of educating our elders. No mechanism will ever be perfect. But I think as we weigh the options, something will have to give. Is there a way that effectively we are communicating with them? Look, with any other strata, it will be easy to issue a digital message. What with the elders? I mean, yesterday I was taken aback when the chair said to them, I'm reading you the email so that you send us your, Marabai correct, Derek, talk to your sons and daughters to help you to coin and email some of these inputs. And I know that it will be a bit difficult. But is there a mechanism to communicate with them in a way, probably through a campaign MEC or whatever form that probably is in your plans or already is in action, so that they can get this information, critical information around these key services that were given to them. The last one, bit controversial. Are we also winning the war around the NPA, NPOs, and NGOs transformation? So that there is a, how do I put it? I'm lacking English here, but to the extent that people on the ground who are still living in the many of our communities and probably wanale cheselo or capacity, because they may have interest and capacity is not there. What are we doing with that space? Are the plans? And I think you did touch, MEC, on your budget speech around this issue. Are we winning that particular war or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Ndluasul. Mine is not based too much on two presentations, but just a feedback, especially on our interaction with the elders yesterday. I think it relates to program 2, these facilities for elders. In Kwakwa, I don't know whether it's the name of the place, Baramakuku. They complain too much about the state of that facility. And secondly, that when you talk about, I don't know whether it's done by NGOs or what, but these houses where elders are taken for care, they say those that are in Kwakwa, you can't talk about them. They are in a very bad condition. Now, my worry is that with the experience of Esidimeni, that we shouldn't see our society moving more towards privatization of social security. That we would see emergence of such facilities, private facilities, at the expense of what government has to provide. I don't know whether the department has a team or inspectors that ambushes these facilities to check services provided and the state of the facilities. What was the other issue that I wanted to raise? Yeah, no. Thanks, let me.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation, Chair, before us. Chair, mine have been taken by Honorable Squabella. That one of 400 beneficiaries, that will be my question, but at least Honorable Squabella was in my mind. And the last one also taken also by the Honorable Squabella, the withdrawal chairperson of page 34. Chair, when the HOD was saying he's under oath, he doesn't want to lie. That is the good spirit. He shows the good spirit, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think the issue here, GBV MEC cannot be overemphasized. And we can't take that approach at the referrals. Once we are fully dependent on a specific department, perhaps there must be some relation that Honorable Squabella is speaking about when he mentions intergovernmental approach. However, we know that this sketch cannot be just attacked in a one-pronged manner. We must approach it in all dimensions. So I think we need some form of improvement when it comes to the GBV, and we need to tighten the screws. Perhaps if we don't get any referrals, we must be creative enough to. But somehow the sketch must be dealt with. But the avenue of receiving clients from the SAPS, I don't think it's helping. It would seem as if we're not doing enough as the department. I don't even want to get into the invoices. I think that issue, there's some improvement. However, there's more that can be done. And we're expecting the department to do more. And perhaps next time when we come, in these hard economic times where some business people are just merely collapsing on a basis of delayed payments from the departments and the government, we can easily improve. And I've seen improvement from the presentation done from the Department of the Premier to yourselves. There's slight improvement on this first quarter. So let's continue improving. I think we need that. However, we missed you yesterday, and you were a central department there. And the issues that honorable members are raising directly were affecting the department. On the bill, elderly people's bill. So perhaps we need to improve on that. And when we go around, especially where your department is concerned, please try and prove that you must be there. We can't delay when the government is there, at the center where the people are. You must equally be there. We had to ambush some. I think they were there just to make their contributions, but because they were officials of your department, albeit they were at the district level, but we had to ambush them. And I'm yet to make a follow-up. There's this thing, MEC and your team around the issue children. I'm not so sure it's slotted in your APPs. I keep on getting calls of people who are neglecting children. I'm not so sure. I got about 2 calls. It's just I could not make. No, I think it's starting to be a worrying phenomenon that when people neglect children, I'm not so sure if it's the department that takes a center stage or SAPS. So there must be a relation of referral of some sort where kids are around and people don't really know where their kids are, or kids can't really be linked to their parents. Like this morning, there was one in Mangaung where apparently the mother had neglected the child, but the problem with it was that the child, it seems like even SAPS and social workers don't really know what to do with the children. So I'm not so sure it's just one outstanding or few outstanding incidents, but perhaps we could also attend to that. However, I'd like to give to the department to respond to.
The second issue is related to the luncheon clubs. I think this issue, as it arose yesterday, also reminded me of during the election campaign, we were confronted with this matter in many areas. These elders need, they need venues to use. Yesterday, what was central was the one of Sia. I did refer to the HOD of education, who said he's also in the area and tried to attend to it, because these elders were saying we are paying rent there, but this person responsible for the facility that is not being used is harassing us and has even given us an ultimatum that next month he's chasing us out. Now it comes back to the issue that we need to reach a point where maybe also from the legislature that we assist the department, that other departments like education, we have a lot of schools that are not utilized. That these luncheon clubs must be provided with accommodation. There has to be a way of working together with the department to assist the department with venues to assist these elders to have these facilities. Then the last one would just relate to, I don't know, but this one I think needs government. It doesn't need just department, it's government. We have facilities in the province that are not used and which can be used for a good cause like rehabilitation. In this instance, I would think of a facility like Eureka in Tabanchu, which in the olden days, mehleng ya rona, it was a reformatory. Young people, when they were would be taken there for rehabilitation. Now, that facility, the last time I saw it, was still in good conditions, but used by community for whatever. Some people had their cattle there and many other things. That at some point you would need to identify such facilities and then say, with the problems that we have of social ills, we must turn such facilities for the good use, take young people there for rehabilitation. But it would need a situation where government takes a clear decision on that, so that when it comes to the department, it's a government position, and the department does not experience problems in terms of funding, because it would be a government decision. Because social ills, it's not only a problem of the department, it should be a problem of society. But most of the time, we shift our problems of society to the department and think that the department will have a magic wand to rehabilitate society on its social ills. Ke a leboha, Modulasetulo.
I realize honorable members are getting heated, and I'm out of time, actually. Briefly, 1 minute.
On those lines, sure. Just want to find out, those are department employees or a member of NPOs, because they say those people are very rude to them. They are not talking to them in a good manner. So I just want to find out in that one. Thank you, Chair.
1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to second the Chief Whip's proposal. I like that very much, to utilize what we already have, utilizing the schools, and we can even look at old hospital buildings. So, for example, where a new building was built in that town, the old one can be utilized, for example, an old age home, because they already have the facilities that can cater for elder people. So perhaps that's also something we can look at. I just wanted to second. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's that. Perhaps we must hand over to, and we must commend you, MEC. I realize it seems like the debacle HODs that we saw in the media is sorted. So we must commend that. Thank you very much. Let's hear what the department has to say, and I think the MEC, you'll make closing remarks. As and when you close it, like a political head will take it that you are done, unless if they don't want to say anything.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much, honorable members. Let's start with you, Chair. You've raised a very important issue with regard to GBF. It's a very serious thing. It seems as if the country is losing the war against gender-based violence and femicide and other social ills, be it substance dependency, teenage pregnancy, and whatnot. But the department and government is working very hard to gain ground on it. The danger is that these crimes happen in closed doors, where in every house there can be a police officer. When the sun rises, you find that women, children have been brutalized in the safety of their houses. During the advent of COVID, Chair, there was stage 5. Everything was closed. GBF went up in the houses privately. Brutality, murder, assault happens to people who know each other, and sadly among families and those who are in relationships. And that behavior cannot be policed. It's very difficult. When we come and intervene, it's after the fact, where we have to take the woman, run to a shelter, take the child, also still to go to school, be in the shelter or safe house or whatever interventions that we are making. And we need an integrated approach as far as this is concerned. Yes, correctly, and I'll be quick, Chair, to allow other colleagues to respond. Correctly, the issue of children is the responsibility in terms of the act of the MEC of social development. Even if a child has to move from here, adopted or accompany the family to go overseas if it's a foster child and whatnot, that competency in terms of the act is of the MEC of social development. Any other departments do have a role, but we are the main champion as far as the issues of the guardian of the Children's Act is concerned. Chairperson, we would have been here yesterday if we did get the invitation. I had to cross that hurdle because the MEC asked me, how did we not come to know of or get an invitation of being here when the issue of older persons is being addressed? Yes, Honorable Foko, we will respond to you as we respond to the Honorable Scobel. Yes, we agree, Honorable Khaurekwi, that as we respond to the luncheon clubs that has been also asked by Honorable Khwaban, we will address these issues that you have raised here. The issue of, we have 5 areas in Kwakwa which are housing older persons, which are private. But we have our own, which is also private. And it doesn't cover us in any glory. Because at Tekole Helong, you'd find that there are challenges in terms of infrastructure. There are very serious challenges as far as infrastructure is concerned. And we are working very hard to ensure, that's why we have started the discussions with IDT as to how do we improve. Because we don't want a situation whereby older persons, the same as a Dimeni manner or matter, happens under our watch. Anyone, they think they can have and take care of children, or they can look after older people, or they can look after people with disability. Anyone. All people think like that. But the minute you do that, you are inviting the Department of Social Development in terms of its constitutional mandate. It will have to go there and look and monitor whether you are in compliance of the Act. So you don't just say it's my private property, I'll take my keku and look after them and take them home or whatever. The minute you do that, you have crossed into the constitutional mandate of social development. So you are inviting the department has to come in and see that you are compliant. Eureka, I visited Eureka. Beautiful facility there. Eureka used to be total school, and I was very scared that one day maybe I might find myself in Eureka. That's why I concentrated on school. Honestly speaking, every time we would just be threatened by Eureka. Now, I went there and I found that we spent Imali Shisayo in 2010. Again, we spent a lot of money. No, when I say we spent, I mean government. Government renovated Eureka in 2010 for accommodation, for other things, and so on. Houses which are there in Eureka are structurally sound. People are staying there, free of charge. Others are working for interstate bus lines, others are working for different companies. They are staying there in those houses and are staying for free. And those houses are very sound. The hall there beautiful, still in structurally sound condition. The cells which were used for children and whatnot, they are dilapidated. But I'm just saying, yes, it's true. I agree fully with honorable members that we can use different facilities. There are many schools in Kwakwa that can be used by government in terms of how do we bring our services accordingly and ensure that we overcome this issue of the infrastructure. Honorable Meko, yes. Yesterday there was an advert out. There's an advert, it has been issued in all papers of transforming and inviting new entrants as an attempt to open up for those who were outside the envelope to come in and apply. The department is very deliberate. The department is very deliberate in terms of the areas that it is inviting NPOs to apply for, because the NPOs tend to flock to one direction. Most of them you find they want to do HIV and AIDS, NPOs. But we have problems. We have teenage pregnancy, we have other things and so on. So we are directing them in terms of, we want the footprint to cover the Free State. I know it's a progressive work. We might not do it in this financial year only with regard to the issue of how do we bring those who are outside to come in. SASSA, I'm government, but I do have reservations with regard to the closing of pay points. And we discussed with SASSA, and the pay points do have pros and cons. And the cons are that the money is being opened in the field there, you need security, people have to go there, they get marked, they get what, and so on and so forth. But the issue of access, particularly in the area which looks like Free State, access, that people are supposed to be going either to town, have double transport, and all those kind of things, come to the bank, do the queues, and all those kind of issues. So it's serious, and I argue, and I will still argue that we need to take two with regard to the issue of the closing of pay points. Respectfully, I submit on that one. Last week, we were informed that beneficiaries with yellow cards were struggling to access their money. SASSA was working very hard with regard to that. The queues at the offices of SASSA are very long, They have the queue management system, but queue management system does not manage the size of the queue. It only manages you to say you are number 111. It manages the queue, not only in terms of that it can be long or whatever the case might be. We agree, Honorable Scoville, we agree that we are left with 5.5 years before 2030. And we have a very serious and very lofty kind of dictates of the NDP. We are supposed to have eradicated. It says that, eradicate. But whilst poverty as well as malnutrition. But if you can see now, we have a serious problem of malnutrition. I want to submit, in as much as I do submit to my EA, that it was not a wise decision to do away with food parcels. Abantu bayafa indlala. We need to inform that program accordingly. we need to inform it in such a manner that we don't just only give people fish, dinawa and whatnot and so on, but it has to be scientific to say how are we going to intervene in terms of the food security and give our people the issues that will deal with malnutrition and so on. So our targets, we'll look at our targets, that our targets are as the same as the years gone by. We will definitely look at that. We are going to discuss with National. They said they want to see our APP with regard to, on the 15th, before the 15th, we need to deal with that. The issue of population research and population development. Department of Social Development has to be scientific and research-based. And correctly, last week we were told by Stats South Africa, Stats South Africa says we have many feeders, and among other feeders who are giving us the information that we are using, the Department of Home Affairs. They tell us of the information and whatnot and so on. And our MEC is saying, but social development is supposed also to be the feeder to Stats SA. Because when we do house profiling, you go into a specific household, then you will know there are 2 children who are getting grants. The other one is getting a disability. There's a gogo getting an old age grant or whatever the case might be. Or you must also know to say there's a child-headed houses. In this area, we know there are 14 child-headed houses and so on. And that one, it's far scientific than the Stats SA one because you go house to house to house, and we can be able to feed the Stats SA in terms of that. Other issues will be addressed by our colleagues. Yes, we appreciate Honorable Lichi with the study, and I think, yes, let me give my colleagues some of the responses before we hand over to the MEC.
Thank you very much, HOD. MEC. Can the additions be slightly shorter? I'm very much worried today of the time. We started slightly late and we're running, trying to squeeze everyone in. Thank you very much. Who is starting first, and is there anyone who will? Okay.
I think I'll just talk to 2 or 3 items. The first one is with regards to the concern raised on social relief. I just need to indicate that I think we have seen that there's some injustice when we had that indicator dealing with how individuals or in households, because you'd find that in a household you get about 10 people living in that household, and if we give 1 food parcel that comprises of a blanket, sanitary pads, not everyone in this household is going to benefit. That is why we then change it from household to individual, just to ensure that each and every member in the family does get something, because it is just a social relief. And the issue of the indicator that was removed for older persons, we felt that it is more an operational indicator and it was only focusing on the residential facilities. But however, it is done at the operational level in the different residential facilities where older people are still being assisted with, doing programs on a daily basis. But also we encourage through the active aging programs that your older persons that are, especially those that are accessing your luncheon clubs, to take part in your physical activities, and that we do annually. That is why we also take them through the Golden Games. But with the marching orders that we recently got from the MEC is that we need then to start with those games, not only focusing on the golden games that are taking place annually. We should start this at a ward base so that, you know, elderly are encouraged to participate on activities that are going to assist them with their health. And we are also excited about the amendment of the older persons as a department. I think these legal reforms are going to assist us as a sector as well to address, because when we are implementing the Older Persons Act as it is currently, there are a lot of systemic challenges that are delaying us in implementing, and also that are not allowing other departments to see their role. So this amendment is going really to address those systematic issues, and we will then have a legal document that is going to assist, because working with adults as well as children, it is a legislated mandate that the MEC must take care of. And yeah, no, thank you so much. And the issue of the luncheon clubs, I think I also would like to welcome the support that they are in the communities, and as a department would also, you know, assist them to go to the municipalities where possible to give them a space to work on or to work from. So we would appreciate that as a department, that at least if as government also take responsibility and ensure that we assist them with the accommodation that they would need. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the issue of the crime prevention program, the intergovernmental programs, yes, we do have. We have different fora. We have it at district level, at provincial, and even at regional. And we have also included the institutions of higher learning, especially the first-year students, because we have realized that when they get to school, they exploit to so many negative things. So we have such programs together. We are doing that program as crime prevention together with substance abuse program. These fora, they are chaired by Department of Justice, that is NPA. Coming to the human trafficking indicator that was removed, yes, it was removed in the APP. We used to set a target for that indicator. It was not a high target, it would be 3, 2, and so on, but we were not performing as the department. Much as we understand that human trafficking is a serious violation of human rights, we then said, let's put it on our operational plans, because that indicator is a negative indicator. So it's not that it's not there, but in our operational plans, it is there as the activity that we render. Just to add on what the HOD has said on the issue of the GBV as the department, as the department, we are funding 42 NPOs that are dealing with VEP. We have a shelter, which are 6 shelters, and a safe house. We are implementing the NSP as the stakeholders. We have priorities that the NSP is the National Strategic Planning that was launched in 2022 by the President. So each department has a priority to focus on. So as the Department of Social Development, we are focusing on priority 2, which talks to protection, which talks to prevention, and priority 4, which talks to prevention. Hence, we're having shelters as part of prevention, and then protection, and then prevention. So we are implementing collectively, or collaborate with other departments, the issue of the GBV. Each department focuses on its own priority. So we have a forum that is focusing on that. Over and above, as the department, there's 365 days activity plan that we have. In that plan, it's whereby the officials at district level mainly, they empower those 42 NPOs in terms of awareness campaigns. One of the crucial activities that they discuss with them is the issue of the victims in cancellation of the cases, because now you might find that let me not go further, they tend to cancel the cases. So they show them the negative part of when you cancel the case, what are the results. And they also train them on how can they protect them to be victimized. As a result, last year, the department bought what we call the Basadi Shield, and these Basadi Shield were distributed to all the NPOs so that when they do these awareness campaigns, they also provide these Basadi Shields to those NPOs. I think that's all I can say. Thank you, Chair.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and let's appreciate the clarity-seeking questions from members. But I must say that the social ills that are confronting our communities need us to work together as community-based organizations, political parties, government departments. Because the Department of Social Development working alone will not win that war. Issue of gender-based violence and femicide has been referred to, but I think the main concern is that we are always reacting towards gender-based violence and femicide. And as the department, we have programs of strengthening families. And if we can work together in ensuring that we have families that are strengthened, that are having good family values, then we'll be able to address these social ills, including gender-based violence and femicide, because the HOD has mentioned that gender-based violence happens in a household. Now, if we're not going to work together as a society and as government departments and political parties, I don't see us winning that war very soon. The issue of transformation of NPO funding, I think HOD has dealt with that matter, but I would want to speak to the issue of monitoring of NPOs, and we are, Chairperson, weak on that as the department, because remember, we have a responsibility of monitoring the NPOs that were funding, even those that are not funded by us. We still have a responsibility of monitoring them so that we avoid the Esidimeni saga or experience, as Honorable Khwabane has indicated. We are working on that weakness, and I think we would have to, at some point, establish the roto tsa rona as the department that will be going to these NPOs, and when we discover NPOs that are not registered, we do close those NPOs or those institutions and remove beneficiaries to other facilities that are there. I don't think we must focus more on creating more institutions for people with disabilities, children neglected, and everyone. Because if we can look at the costs that are involved in institutions that are owned by the department, because remember, we must also employ social workers there, employ nurses, employ everyone at those institutions which are managed by the department. Now, and you would realize that the bulk of our budget goes to NPO funding for them to be able to assist us. But we must identify the root cause of these social ills as we recognize the injustices of the past. We must be able to say, how do we address the root causes of us having today substance abuse, children neglected, elderly people being abused, all those social ills. Because for now, it is my view that we're addressing the symptoms. We have not went deep into the root cause of the social ills that we have. And it needs all of us, because even if we can be given 100 billion as the department, if we're not going to address the root cause, I think we'll still have them in the province. But as the department, we will endeavor to do our work. We have come up with a program, it has been there, a program called, we call it Molo Makelwan. We want to promote neighborhood because, Honorable Chair, you would know today, people don't care what is happening to their neighbor. They only care about themselves. And if you can look at the Older Persons Act, it does not force elderly people to be removed from the household to the centers. They have a right to stay at their houses, but they need to be protected. Now, if we're not going to have police to protect them every day in their households, but we need to promote neighborhood and Ubuntu. People must be able to take care of each other. They must wake up in the morning and greet the neighbors and say, Molo Makelwane, dumela, mo aisano go betse jwang. Then in that way, we'll be able to create that social cohesion amongst our people. So we are just being innovative, coming up with those programs that would not necessarily need a big budget, but uniting communities for them to be able to live together in a harmonious situation. If we can win that, then these others, tse fofang ka hodimo re tla dila ka tsone. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, MEC, HOD, and the team. Continue doing the good work. We see here indicators are slightly improving, but we want everything at 100%, at least in the best interest of our people. I saw some figures that I think they need just to be corrected before, as and when we come to this platform to present the report. Certain targets, when you look at them, it's an annual target, 500, and it can be 500 in every quarter. So I think those were just typing errors, but they can easily be corrected, at least for ease of understanding for members. Thank you very much.
Testing, mic check, testing.
Missy, welcome, and your team. Please feel free and Honorable members, let's proceed. We will quickly introduce honorable members present here for the is the team all in? Apologies, we are running slightly behind schedule, but it's nothing that cannot be corrected by stealing 1 or 2 minutes from yourselves to contribute to a bigger schedule. But quick introduction on the right-hand side, extreme right, is Honorable Thabo Meko, the Chair of Chairs of Legislature, Honorable Zamas Kwebela, Honorable Masweu, Honorable Leach, Honorable Opo Khobane, Honorable Foko. Ki tla thabela ha le lona le ka la itsebisa, especially those who are going to present and somehow hand them over to the legal team so that they can somehow hammer away with their presentation. Thank you very much.
Good day, Chair. Good day to the honorable members and the whole team that is here. My name is Munyatso Mahlatsi, Viceroy. I'm a member of the House. I'm with me here, the HOD of the department, and the MNG Mahlatsi. Next to him is the CFO of the department, and Moses Moremi. And then next to him, we have Dade Oliphant, who is responsible for our strategic planning. Next to him, we have Dade Mudiko, who is the district manager of Fesle Dabi. And next to him, we have Dade Mufokeng, who is also part of the strategic planning team. We have Meme Mufubedu, who is the chief director responsible for HR, HRM, and we have Merametsi, who is one who comes from our clinical cluster and responsible for one of our specialized health programs. And we have Ndade Fikizolo, who is our DDG for corporate services. I think the team may find space to present all of them, and I would urge that we give them an opportunity to take an oath, but we'll try and limit the number of presenters. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, no, that could be very much helpful. Let me see. We are racing against time, considering already there were issues from the previous administration, and we're also trying to catch up with our first quarter as well. So if you can, perhaps limit them, and those that get given space, they must also limit time. It will be highly appreciated. I think.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start with the HOD. Dade Mahlatsi, good afternoon. Please switch on your mic.
Thanks very much. Money, ma'am. I'll take an oath. I'll take an oath. Yes, I do.
Your full names for the record.
Godfrey Mahlatsi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Good day, Ntate Moremi.
Good day, madam.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Tekoitsile Moses Moremi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate Moremi. Ntate Oliphant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will take an oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I am Bakang Oliphant.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Ntate Fikizolo, good afternoon. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mzonakele Fikizolo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me."
So help me God.
Fikizolo. No.
So it looks like we are good to go. If we're good to go, can we get the presentation? I'm not, who is leading the presentation? Is it you, the HOD?
Would request to take just an oath or affirmation from the clinical side, because we've got only one person, Mera Metsi. Maybe in case there are questions that comes that are clinical. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's safe. There are always questions, especially from the chair, clinical side.
Thank you, Mayor Metsi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, ma'am.
Please speak into the mic.
An oath, ma'am.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
Letia Ramiti.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mayor Metsi. Chairperson, thank you.
Can we, I'm not so sure, HOD, who's leading your team? The presentation? Is it the HOD?
Thank you, Chair. The APP and the non-financials will be presented by Mr. Oliphant and the financials by the CFO, Ntate Moremi. Thank you.
Is everyone comfortable? The soft copies?
Apologies, Chairperson. Just want to make sure, are we again discussing the presentations? Is it the same ones or are there other presentations?
I think they have their own view, their own presentation.
Okay, we didn't receive a new one. We only have the ones that we discussed, that looks like this. The first quarter and the APP. If we can maybe just get clarity if there's a different one. If we can maybe just get that copy as well, please. No, we don't have that one. Thank you.
The department says that they are going to make a presentation first on the non-financial and the financial. The financial does not belong here. Belongs to PROPEC up until such time we make that determination. So we're taking just non-financial. Non-financial.
But is that what I'm trying to check to make everyone else comfortable, including Honorable Leach, is that presentation before us? If not, can we sort it out in the meantime while we are taking chair of chairs wisdom there? Perhaps it could also help that a week before a sitting of a portfolio committee, we get these presentations, familiarize ourselves with them, that when the department, including the Premier's office, when they present, they touch nje where there's itchiness and the rest, we're already well vested, because this is time consuming and it takes the whole day. When members should already be fully abreast with issues. Are we sorted?
Chair.
SMC.
Yes, I'm not sure. It's like there's one document missing, but there's one that is available. Can we, in the meantime, start with the one that is available?
Chairperson, your intelligence. Can we get a briefing what is happening? Which document is missing, which document is still coming? Because I thought we were dealing with this one of the financials. It doesn't belong here. So which other one is outstanding? And in what way is it outstanding? Is it outstanding in a way that it's printed, is on the way? It was not given to us early, and then the chair would rule that it's fine. We can, as the MEC proposes, we can then start to deal with the first quarter non-financial, and then when the APP arrives, then we can deal with it.
I draw solace from the previous presentation of the Department of Social Development that they presented two documents, both non-financials, and one was APP and the second one was first quarter. At least that's I could be confused, but I also want to draw his wisdom that we play far away from monies and finances. I just want to check with the department. It would seem that what is on my intention is you have first quarter, and mistakenly was sent the financial document, not non-financial report.
It was, Honorable Chair,
Yes.
the financial is written in black and white in the invite. It was 3 documents, and we communicated 3 documents. We're just waiting for a proof, but we don't think that we should really go to that extent. Can we start with what we have, which is the first quarter, and then we see what we can do with the APP, because having to produce proof that we sent and all that, I don't think it will take us anywhere. Yeah.
It's not a problem.
Yes.
By the way, I get you sent 3 documents. All we need is just, let's avoid this one study challenge and stick to the 2. And now I think we all are in agreement that you start with what you have. As long as it's study challenge, thank you very much.
The first quarter is ready, Honorable Chair. Can we start with it? All right.
Okay. Now, who's hitting us hard? I was saying, as and when you do, please focus on the deviations, and not only on deviations, the actions, and then maybe the consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee. I will indeed try and just stick to the areas where there was underperformance and deal with the comments that we are making related to the underperformance, as well as the interventions that will be implemented. The first one on slide number 4, Chair, it's related to security. We conduct security audits in our facilities. We didn't conduct any in the first quarter, and we therefore are endeavoring to increase the numbers that were planned for the second quarter and the subsequent quarters of the year, so that come the end of the year, we would have done all the 60 years planned. On the same slide, the payment of creditors within 30 days. Of course, the intention is to pay all our creditors within 30 days. For this quarter, we were at 39.3%, and this is affected by the department needing to pay the accruals for the previous financial year. And we're also tracking the trend in terms of the utilization of the budget of the department. We missed the 25% benchmark just slightly, and this is due to the current payments, similar to what I explained previously. We also seek to increase procurement of goods to women-owned businesses. For this first quarter, we didn't reach the 40% target, and this is because of the nature of the goods that were procured that where the suppliers of women-owned businesses were insufficient for the bids that were received. And then the second indicator on slide number 5 is related to our endeavor to try and subject the litigation cases to mediation, and therefore we are auditing the extent to which the plaintiffs are willing to undertake the process of mediation rather than going through the long court processes. And we just had one case where clearly there was an indication that there was no intention to even consider litigation. And there are 4 cases where we are still in the process of clarifying with the plaintiffs whether they would be in the process to undertake the process of mediation. And then on slide number 6, slide number 6 is related to our clinical services. The 4th indicator there It's related to the extent to which children under the age of 5 are utilizing the primary healthcare services. And you see that we are slightly less than the target that we have set for ourselves. And this is affected by, amongst others, the fact that some of the children, through their parents, utilize private services. We also have instances where mothers and caregivers are also not bringing the children to facilities for vaccination and other services that they are supposed to be getting. We also have issues of limited mobile clinics, which then affect the extent to which these children can then utilize the services. On slide 7, the second indicator is related to patient safety incidents. It's incidents where a patient could have possibly suffered some harm or got close to suffering some harm during the course of receiving the care. And this, we make sure that we have to close them within 60 days so that we can deal with the problems that would have arisen that might have led to the patient suffering a patient safety incident. So we had instances where some of hospitals delayed in submitting the cases, and therefore this affected the outputs there. The last indicator on slide 7 is related to the deaths of children under the age of 5, and we calculate that against the live births as the denominator. And in this particular case, the key problem is actually one death that was related to the early neonatal period within the first 6 days, and that's at national. And then we had those at Botshabelo and Dr. J.S. Moroka. On slide number 8, the first 3 indicators, the first one is cervical cancer screening, which is quite important because cervical cancer is one of the significant causes of deaths amongst women, and our target of 80 wasn't reached. We were at 63. And the problem is still that there is a low demand on the part of the clients that would like to do the screening. Still on slide number 8, the last indicator is on the deaths of children under the age of 5, that is due to malnutrition. This is indeed a problem that we are experiencing. One of the key problems is actually that there is a lot of instances where there is late presentation of the children that are severely malnourished, and in some instances then the care that is provided doesn't quite resolve the problem of malnutrition. On slide 9, slide 9 is related to HIV/AIDS, and looking at indicators number 2 and 3 on this slide, it's the extent to which the patients that are supposed to be on treatment did indeed continue to be on treatment. So the key problem that we have here is loss to follow up, but we also have a problem amongst children in particular, where because of non-disclosure of the HIV status to the children, sometimes it then become difficult for the caregivers to stick to the program requirements as laid out. But what we are doing is that we are increasing the NEMART training for professional nurses. That's nurse-initiated management of ART. And we are also appointing linkage officers because we need to identify people that are supposed to be on treatment link them up with the services that must provide the treatment for them. And in instances where patients are missing their treatment, we also trace them and then link them back to care. On slide number 10, I'm going to talk about the last indicator there. In fact, I'll start with the first one, which is about the viral load suppression. With viral load suppression, it's important for us to reach that because once somebody that is HIV positive is virally suppressed, then they are not in a position to transmit the virus to another person. So it's quite important for us to reach that, and we target that. And one key problem is actually non-adherence, and in this particular case, children, where the caregivers would sometimes not bring the children at the time when they are supposed to be seen and the specimen collected for the test to be done. And then the problem of loss to follow up on slide number 11. We had rates that were high, between 10 and 12.7 in the districts except for Thabo Mfutsanyana. And what we are doing is we are strengthening clinical audits, and we also conduct targeted awareness campaigns so that we can improve adherence to treatment. And then on the same slide, the drug-sensitive TB client treatment success rate. And treatment success rate actually denotes the fact that the patient has undertaken and completed treatment and they are cured at the end of the treatment cycle. So the problem is loss to follow up and also some TB-related deaths, which then affect the outcome for treatment success. So we are doing weekly monitoring. We are also providing health education. Part of the key things that must happen is that the patient themselves should be in a position to adhere to the treatment requirements as set out. On slide 12, it's a similar indicator, but in this particular case, it's related to extreme drug-resistant TB, which is also affected by loss to follow up. And similar interventions are implemented. On slide 13, the last indicator is on neonatal deaths in facilities. And one key problem that we have is that the deaths are mainly related to the complications of prematurity as well as infections in early neonatal period. So what we are doing is that we are maintaining the human breast milk banks in some of our facilities. We are doing community education. We are also conducting what we call provincial perinatal mortality meetings, where we look at instances where neonates would have died and what were the reasons, if anything could have gone wrong, with a view to make sure that we implement the interventions to prevent reoccurrence. On slide 15. The first two, in fact, all those indicators are related to the expanded program on immunization. The first two, immunization coverage under 1 year. And when we say that, when we talk about that, we are actually looking at the extent to which children under the age of 1 have received all the vaccinations that they were meant to receive. And in this particular case, we were at the actual of 71.7% against the target of 85. Measles coverage, second dose, we also at 73 for against the target of 95. So the key problems in this particular case were some instances where there were stockouts as well as limited access, particularly in rural and informal areas. And then we are monitoring the immunization charts for the children, even when they come for other reasons to our facilities. We conduct ongoing data analysis so that we can identify the areas where problems ensue and also come up with quality improvement plans to address the areas of weaknesses. We have also conducted training. Training is planned for Tabumfutsanyana was planned as at the end of the first quarter. Vitamin A, which is important for nutritional supplementation. What we are doing, amongst others, we are training community health workers so that we can strengthen the extent to which we are able to reach out to children that are due for vitamin A supplementation, and then we do that in their in their households. On slide 16, the third indicator, that's where we have the normal hemoglobin A1C. This is a test that depicts whether or not the patient that is on diabetic treatment is controlled. And so in order for the benchmark is that the patient has to be at 8% or less. So in instances where the test showed that the HbA1c for the patient was at 8% or less, it was 55.1% against the target of 60. This particular indicator is affected, amongst others, by the cyber attack problem that happened in the NHLS, and therefore the data that we are reporting here is just for April and May. And we think that with the NHLS coming back on track properly, the output might stabilize a bit. On the same slide, on the last indicator, we have contracted mental health care practitioners, and we are monitoring the number of clients that they do see. So we were at 623 against the target of just over 1,600. Some of the professionals were appointed during the first month of the quarter, and so the outputs were mainly from May up to the end of June. On slide 18, we are dealing with emergency medical services. On this particular slide, the first two indicators are related to the response times for the ambulances. In urban areas, the response must be within 30 minutes, whereas in the rural areas, 60 minutes. We came close to reaching the target in the rural areas. I think that the gap between the actual and the target was much wider in the urban areas. But the key problem is that there is shortage of personnel, as well as in some instances the ambulances, and this affects the extent to which we are able to roster ambulances on regular basis. And then the output is also affected by the inter-facility transfers, because when we do the inter-facility transfer, it means that the ambulance that could otherwise be responding to emergencies outside of the facilities, some of them are now transferring patients between the facilities, which is indeed, in a lot of instances, a necessity because of the different levels of care in our facilities. The third indicator, operational ambulances coverage. This is based on the benchmark of having 1 ambulance per 10,000 population. So 0.5 as a target simply means that instead of 1 per 10,000, the target was indeed 1 per 20,000, and we were at 0.45 per 10,000, which, where the reasons are the same as what I've indicated when talking about the response times. The fourth indicator is about the ambulances that are dedicated to obstetrics. We plan to roster 25 throughout the whole year. We are currently at 19. The problem being staff shortages, which then affect our ability to roster the ambulances. But because the ambulances would be dedicated to obstetrics, they should also have the requisite equipment for them to be able to take care of the patients, the obstetric patients, as well as neonates in transit between the facilities when they're doing the transfers. Slide 19. Slide 19 is on regional hospitals. The one problem that, rather, the problems that we still have are related to the fatality rates for children that suffer from diarrhea and those that suffer from pneumonia, as well as the ones that suffer from severe acute malnutrition. And we still have issues where there is late seeking of care on the part of the carers as well as the parents of the children, which then affects the outcome of the care that is provided to those children. And the hospitals that were affected with diarrhea, Ditlhabeng and Mufumadi Manapo, and as well as for pneumonia, Boitumelo Regional Hospital.
Ntate Olifant. Ke nna ke sa utlwang hantle fertility rates in relating to children under the age of 5.
It's fatality.
Fatality.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
No, sorry, Chair. Okay. All right, if I can proceed then on slide 20. Cervical cancer screening. The rationale we did explain earlier, but at this level of care, we are monitoring the numbers in terms of the screenings that we are doing, and 2 hospitals that were still lagging behind in implementation of this service. And those are the hospitals that we are following up, and we want to make sure that all our hospitals, irrespective of the level of care, provide the service. On slide 21, specialized hospital, in this particular case, then it would be the Free State Psychiatric Complex. We are also looking at patient safety incidents there. There was an incident where the hospital did not discuss it already, and therefore it was not included in the report. And we think that for the second quarter, then the problem would be resolved because the incident would have been discussed already at the facility. At this facility, we are also looking at the inpatient bed utilization rate. The reason being that as a department, we have to receive referrals from the Department of Justice for observation. And therefore, we are looking at how we control the availability of beds so that we do not create a bottleneck for the Department of Justice. We were at 85.2% against the target of 87%. And the problem is related to the separations. The separations basically mean how the patient leaves the hospital. And there are 3 instances through which the patient leaves the hospital. It would be a discharge or a death or a transfer out. And we are also then working with the NGOs that are accredited and monitored to make sure that patients that can be decanted from the facility do get decanted. On slide 22, tertiary hospital, that's Pelonomi Hospital. The first slide is related to severity assessment code. This is the code that is used in reporting on the patient safety incidents. So we didn't reach the target of 80%, and this was also related to cases that were yet to be discussed. The incident closure rate, the cases must be closed within 60 days, and we are not able to reach the target that we set for ourselves. And the closure of the cases have also a lot to do with the cases being investigated, being discussed, and those that were yet to be discussed will therefore appear as not having been closed. And once they are closed, they would increase the numbers of those that are resolved. But the benchmark of 60 days still remains. On slide 23, this is now the central hospital being Universitas Hospital, where there was a root cause analysis that was still outstanding at the end of the quarter, and this affected the cases, the closure rate for the cases, because once a patient safety incident happens, as I said earlier, we need to investigate the root causes with a view to prevent recurrence. On slide 24, health sciences and training, this is basically our unit that deals with human resource development. And we plan to have midwives trained on bank is basic antenatal care plus, and the training didn't reach the target of 50. And so there were those scheduled trainings that did not take place due to unavailability of the participants, and the catch-up plan was then devised to make sure that we close the gap during the second quarter. And on slide 25, medical orthotic and prosthetic orthotics would be things like artificial, rather, the orthotics would be things like the artificial limbs, and prosthetics, rather, the other way around, sorry. Prosthetics, artificial, and then assistive devices like crutches and so on orthotic, and we are tracking the extent to which we are able to issue those to patients as identified by our clinicians, and these were affected by some of the devices as well as some of the input material that were not on contract. And we therefore need to utilize quotations to procure some of those requirements. Slide 27, the MedPass is the medical depot. And with the medical depot, we look at tracer drugs, availability. Tracer drugs are actually the drugs which the availability of is considered to be a proxy for the overall availability of drugs, and we did well there. The second indicator, the service level for normal orders. The normal reporting ordering cycle for the medical depot is 42 days. So this indicator looks at the extent to which the medical depot was able to fulfill the orders from the health facilities for the normal orders from the facilities over the benchmark period of 42 days. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
May we somehow continue ka, the non-financial report. So yeah, sorry. So can we somehow continue ka the APPs? Because when I was hoping we were going to focus more on deviations, I realized the entire document is the deviations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, with your permission, I'll try and just be selective on the key issues, unless you direct me to go through all the contents of the presentation.
It's in your apologies. It's in your group, members. It's just been, I think, sent into your group. So.
May I proceed? Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I will then proceed. I'll start on slide number 5. As a department, we have identified 2 impact statements that we need to reach. And one is about improving the life expectancy of the people of the Free State, which is also in line with our vision as the department. The other one is the implementation of universal health coverage, which we know for our countries through the NHI. And then we have identified 11 outcomes. The first 4 outcomes are related more directly to the provision of services and the health outcomes. The rest are more related to the strengthening of the healthcare services. On slide number 6, this slide basically summarizes the strategy of the department. We have identified 4 key areas that we are focusing on. The first one at the bottom being the health system capacity, the second one being the internal operations, and then the health outcomes. But ultimately, the outcomes must provide the kind of impact that we need to reach. So when you look at health system capacity at the bottom, we say we must have appropriate infrastructure, financial management systems, human resources, as well as information systems. And with regards to the operations, we are looking at the leadership and governance in health, as well as the package of services to the right. And the combination of leadership and governance and the package of services gives us the quality of healthcare that we need to provide for the people of the Free State. But we are also tracking the contingent liability for medical legal cases, so that reduces, because that creates a big financial risk for the department. But once we provide the quality of services, we'll then achieve the kind of outcomes that we want. On the left, with all the orange block there on the left, we want to make sure that we reduce premature deaths due to communicable diseases. In the middle, premature deaths related to mothers, neonates, infants, and children. Children overall, but we tend to focus more on the children under the age of 5. And to the right, we are also looking at reducing the deaths for children and for people that suffer non-communicable diseases. And once we reduce those deaths, then that would lead to the improvement in life expectancy for the people of the Free State. On slide 7, the department has 8 budget programs. Some of the budget programs have the sub-programs. In total, we have 154 targets that we are tracking in the APP. 104 of them are reported quarterly, and 50 are reported annually. On slide 8, I will not go through the details on the slide, Chair, except just to indicate that there are a lot of activities that we need to undertake so that ultimately we can reduce the deaths of mothers, neonates, infants, and children. And that those include making sure that our ward-based outreach teams are functional. We have also the teams visiting the households. We implement proper antenatal care. We promote women visiting facilities for antenatal care before the 20th week. And we also provide services for children as well as neonates, so that we can reduce the deaths as per the first outcome. So those indicators we are providing on slide number 9. Amongst others, I'll mention just a few. We need to make sure that we do cervical cancer screening. We get women to seek antenatal care before 20 weeks, because that allows us to identify potential complications and prevent those that are preventable, and manage those that could possibly have ensued by the time the mother visits the clinic or a hospital. But we are also providing high-risk clinics where patients that are pre-identified would then be seen. And those are based in our hospitals. And the last indicator there, the last set of indicators, antenatal clients that are started on ART, all the mothers, or rather all women that are pregnant, that are HIV positive, they are not already on treatment. We make sure that they are started on treatment, so that we can improve the output that is depicted on the second last indicator, which is about children, babies that test positive at age 6 months, having had the virus transmitted from the mother. On slide number 10, the last indicator, the others indeed are still important. Earlier on, we talked about the fatality rates for children under the age of 5. We are reflecting on them there, and we have set the targets for those as well. Maternal mortality is an important indicator that we track, and we want to make sure that we are reducing the maternal mortality ratio.
My apologies, Chair. I see that we're an hour and a half behind schedule. Can we maybe, like you asked, just focus on the deviations so that we don't go through the things that we already touched on and just indicate the deviations? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's rather slightly difficult to focus on deviations when it's not the first quarter. So, but what we can rather ask you to perhaps the Oliphant can just speedily run through it, if you can.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. This is a plan, so we will not be able to express ourselves on the deviations. I'll try and summarize as much as possible. Thank you very, very much, Chair. On slide 15. Slide 15 is regarding reduction of mortalities related to communicable diseases. We have set the targets on the 95 for ART. The patients that know their status, that are HIV positive, that know their status, those that know their status that are on treatment, and those that are virally suppressed. On that the last indicator on 15 is about the deaths due to malaria. The malaria is not endemic to the Free State, but it's an important condition that we must always keep track of, particularly for the reason that, you know, there's some tourism activity in the province as well as people that travel through the province. But also, people move easily between different areas. On slide 16, this is still due to communicable diseases, but this is TB. Ultimately, we want to reduce deaths related to TB, and that's on the last indicator on this slide. On slide 18, non-communicable diseases. We need to screen people for both hypertension and diabetes, but we must also start those that are eligible for treatment on treatment, but we are also monitoring what happens with our mental health care services so that people that require treatment are indeed put on treatment. On slide 21, the first two indicators are related to the ideal clinic program, where all our clinics are subjected to this program and they undergo assessments. So the first indicator looks at the extent to which the facilities do attain the status. The second one, once the assessment is done, each and every facility must identify the gaps and therefore come up with a plan to deal with the gaps. I'm sorry. And then still on this slide, we seek to increase the number of clinics that are operating over 24 hours. That's the last indicator on slide 21, with a view to increase access for people. On slide 23, we are looking at patient experience of care, which simply means the patient satisfaction rate we have the different targets that we have one target that we must attain across all our levels of care and different plans, the targets that are set there. And then the severity assessment codes for the different levels of care, all the way from primary health care to central hospital as well. I'm going to skip slide 24, but slide 24 looks at patient safety incidents as well as the morbidity and mortality reviews. And these reviews are conducted so that all the cases where there were patient safety incidents can be discussed and plans put in place to prevent recurrence. And then on slide 25, with forensic pathology services, we monitor the extent to which we are able to perform autopsies within 5 days of the body being admitted to a mortuary. And the first indicator looks at the diagnosis of the cause of death. There are instances where the cause of death is indeterminate, and of course we endeavor to reduce numbers where the final cause of death was not determined, and that's why we want to keep it under 10% of the autopsies that are performed. Then program 7 is the laundry, as well as the orthotic and prosthetic services and the medical depot. On slide 26, we have the EMS. That's program 3. And perhaps I must just deal with program 2 briefly. The ward-based outreach teams are critical for us to improve access to care and to also make sure that we are able to reach patients that would otherwise not come to our facilities. And that's why we seek to continuously increase the number of teams that we have. With EMS, we want to increase the extent to which we are able to respond within 30 minutes in urban areas and then 60 minutes in rural areas. We want to increase the number of ambulances that are rostered, as well as the number of EMS stations, so that we can improve the management of EMS as a service, and also the planned patient transport, because some of the patients we need to transport between the levels of care. On slide 27, we have governance structures that need to be effective to improve, amongst others, the community input in the management of healthcare services. On slide 28, this is program 1 related to management. We have to improve the audit outcome to unqualified, and we must also implement the audit recommendations. We need to improve revenue collection. We need to improve the extent to which we pay creditors within 30 days, and also improve our procurement from women-owned businesses. And then the next slide, we conduct research conference annually, and then we seek to implement the outcomes of the research conference. On slide 30, this is about training. We are training our staff on the code of conduct. We are also tracking the extent to which we have the students graduating from the different programs that we provide. On slide 31, We train doctors and nurses on SMOE. SMOE is essential steps in management of obstetric emergencies. We train more nurses on NEMAR, nurse-initiated management of ART, Bank Plus. We also train various healthcare workers on basic life support. And on slide 32, we conduct induction programs as per the DPSA directives, but we also look at the training of managers, and they are being subjected to leadership and management programs. We also conduct training for EMS on emergency medical care qualifications. On the last slide, slide 33, we are looking at infrastructure. And so we have facilities that we need to implement infrastructural projects at, including maintenance, and the targets are given there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndatoli Fund members. Questions? Noted, Honorable Skwebela, Honorable Masweu, Honorable Khobane.
Thank you, Chair. Let's welcome the presentation. Perhaps, Chair, I would say that from the annual report first, that I'm trying to understand that on the issue of emergency medical services, on the previous report, which is 2023-2024, you achieved 0 in the first quarter, and now again you achieved 0. And this in the main is regarding to issues of emergency transport. Are there any plans to be able, for us to be able to find ourselves perhaps in the next coming quarter so that we achieve the set indicators on emergency transport, emergency medical services? I'm saying on the previous financial year, you have achieved 0. On the first quarter till now, you have still achieved 0. So going forward, are we still going to have 0, or there's still going to be an issue of saying that we're going to be able to achieve that particular indicator on those emergency services? When I look at sub-programs, I think it's emergency transport relating to issues of transportation. But in the main, when we look at the annual performance report, I want to understand something. I understand that there are indicators that you did not achieve or you underperformed, and then you reduce them. That is acceptable. But there are indicators that you did not achieve, then you increase on those indicators while you did not achieve on them. There are indicators that also you have not achieved, but you put them the same. What are the reasons? Because you did not achieve, basically on those two issues, where you did not achieve, where you did not achieve, you increase, and where you did not achieve as well, you remain the same on the target. But we accept the whereby you have reduced those number of indicators, or the indicators, performance indicators, where you did not achieve, so that you are able to achieve, so that gradually you are able to increase your in-performance indicators as you get close to them. I want to move to the APP. When you look at Chair, on the first quarter, I would move with an understanding that program 1, which is administration, is supposed to be performing at least 70 to 80%, because that is a human capital driven process in the main. But you look at at quarter one, it has only achieved 25% of that. Of course, given the two issues that are raised from, the one is in the procurement issue, which is the issue of of the number of the number of the invoices that are paid within the 30 days. But let me go to on the same program. Deal with issues when you are on sub-program 2, I think it's management, where you have to audit public facilities. It's supposed to be scheduled. It's supposed to be scheduled visits. When we do not visit you today, we can visit you on the next day, on the next day. But when you underperform, I understand that your target was 60 and then you only performed 15 out of that. These are scheduled visits of security checks on facilities. There's no any other reason. I like the when you read the reason, it says that there's a lack of communication and coordination. It means people are not doing their work. They are not doing their work because these are scheduled visits. If I can't find whoever, a personnel that is responsible the following day or the next day, I must. And you have 3 months to be able to achieve 60 visits or those 60 targets. It is not achieved. It is not achieved. You go, let's leave this one of the invoices, accruals and invoices, because what I understand is that perhaps there might have been money that was not there for you to be able to pay those invoices, and now they are recurring for this financially. I would want to leave that one. But it will speak to the procurement plan that you have to put into place so that you are able to always adhere within the 30 days payment period. The issue of insufficient number of women-owned businesses on procurement, I think we have PPP, preferential procurement policy, we have set aside. I am not sure if these goods and services, they are more specialized. That is why we do not find women that are involved into them so that you are able to achieve your set indicators. Perhaps you should just assist us. But we have this, your set aside that you can use your PPP, which is preferential procurement policy that you can use. And there's this a target you're supposed to at least achieve it. I don't understand why it was not achieved, because here you speak about the number of employees that are supposed to be trained on code of conduct, grievance procedure, and disciplinary code or code of conduct and procedures. Yeah, but you said 750. You only achieved 691. Demonstrate that there's capacity to be able to reach at 750. And you look at the reason. It says that. It means that the reasoning that is provided where I'm sitting means that there's a problem of leave management. Because if all the people they are going to wait that by the eve of the end year, that is when they are supposed to take their leave days because of the fear that they might not take it or they are not going to lose them out. It means that it might be a problem of leave management within the administration that needs to be addressed so that you are able to live. I think this is just people who are 59 people. And the leave management issue, there is a leave. You apply for a leave. It's not given that you will be given, even if you can have 30 days or 60 days that you have. It's not a compulsory that you must take them. You apply. So this target is achievable. It is achievable. You go, Chair, on the issue of the normal hemoglobin AC1, I think it's District Health Services sub-program, National Health Laboratory Services. The reason to not meet the target there is that the National Health Laboratory Services, they've experienced cyber attacks and could not retrieve the data. But when you reason with your corrective measure, you are not including what are you going to do with cyber attacks or the backup data. It means that I was saying that the department says to us that the data is not backed up on the work that is done by National Health Laboratory Services. And you are not addressing this issue. But instead you are putting monitoring systems and so forth, but you are not addressing this issue of cyber attack that you could not retrieve the data from. I think you need to look into say how best do you have backup systems that will speak to ICT. How do you have backup systems that will know that even if you experience cyber attacks, there's a backup data? Because if you lose that data, you are not going to be able to retrieve it anywhere else. So the corrective action does not speak to that problem that would enable you to reach the target. I think, Chair, I want to speak to the issue of I think is child under 5-year death, given the different reasons, of course. The number is very high. I think if we were to include all the categories, being diarrhea, pneumonia, premature, we are sitting at 68 in 3 months. So if you were to predict, of course, these natural issues, you would say 68 times perhaps 4. That will be 6, 12, 18, 24, around about 200 and 300 to 300 that we are going to experience. It's not a good looking picture, in all honesty. Because, why am I saying so? You look at some of the reasons. You know, when you write the corrective measures, you must write them in a manner that we understand that you are going to correct the issue. But not to say to us, I want to get to that page, not to say to us some of the issues, when you look, where you have stated that some of the corrective measures is an issue to educate the mothers and the guardians of early signs. But you are supposed to have this program existing. I'm not sure, perhaps it's how it's written here. You are supposed to have this program, which means that you are supposed to say to us, you are going to strengthen that particular program. And this would say to us that because of some of the reasons that you mentioned in these issues that involve the death of children under 5 years, is limited to access to some rural or informal places. That calls in that now you must cooperate with Department of Social Development, SAPS, and other departments to strengthen so that you are not working alone to resolve some of those particular that speaks to issues of access to rural towns. You must work with municipalities, work with social development, so that you are able to deal with those issues of accessibility and identify those people. Because if you are going to perhaps the issue of early detection system for this child, do we perhaps have that system? Or we're naturally relying on the mothers that they are going to be the ones that say that the child is sick, or do we do a follow-up after a mother has been discharged from hospital to monitor the progress of and the growth of that particular child? Primary, that would speak to primary, I'm sure it's primary healthcare workers. So then it means that Department of Health and Social Development, the social workers, perhaps there must be an understanding or memorandum of understanding, say that while Department of Social Development, through its social workers, the councillor, community members, there's this crisis that we have of a person that has been discharged from the hospital with a child, but they are unable to detect some of these particular things, so that at least you improve on detection. Because I think late representation is a common factor to some of the issues that are coming, that we reiterate, that late detection, late presentation of those children, and then it becomes a factor for them that they end up increasing the mortality rate. Chair, I want to understand something. There's an issue of clinical governance meeting that appears it's either supposed to sit or it has sat, and then you are not able to resolve you are not able to meet the indicators because of it. Why is this clinical governance meeting not scheduled? Perhaps it can be monthly, can be bi-weekly, so that you are able to deal with these things and process them. We can understand the reasoning of investigators that they need to be trained, or as you have mentioned, that they need to be trained so that they submit their reports earlier. But when you issue a case, it's the understanding that you issue a case on the basis of timelines. because you have an objective that you want to meet. So part of these things then speaks to issues say that when instructions have been given to investigators, or you give them timelines, because you have to meet certain particular objectives that you need to. So it's issues of just trying to manage the systems. I will not speak to the issue of training of midwives, Chair, because I don't understand. We have scheduled the meetings, and therefore they are not available. The employees of government, they are not available to attend a training that is going to capacitate them. Who is the employer? If they are not available to attend a training that is going to capacitate. This is on primary healthcare training. You are supposed to train 50, there's 19, there's 31, they are not available. We're not told where they are not available. Where did they go? I'm not sure if they are those, because it's participant. I want to understand that you are training the Department of Staff. There's no way that when we are telling you as an employer, I say to you that this is going to be a capacity building, and I'm supposed to train this train you on this particular time, and then you are telling me that you are not available, but when you are not you are not available now, but when you are not telling me when are you going to be available, so that I'm able to meet this particular target. Because if I'm not available this week, next week I'm available, because there's a diary, there's a weekly plan. I must commit to say that I'm going to be available this particular date, because it's April, May, and June. You look at the dates that have been scheduled. 16 to 17, I assume that is leisure pools. It was supposed to at least be falling to May. This one is scheduled by before you can end your third quarter. Of course, if they are not available, you are not going to achieve that target. So it's issue of saying, on issues of this training, it's issue of planning. Because you don't want to plan to say that if I don't achieve it now, I'll achieve it on the next quarter, because you are exerting pressure on the plans and the resources that are committed for the second quarter. Because I get to work according to the work plans. So if now you do not achieve and then say, no, I will recover on the next quarter, it means you are exerting pressure on the same employees. And when they are unable to achieve those particular, or you are unable to meet them, then it's going to be an issue for consequence management. Say that, no, but they are defying, or I'm unable to meet because of they don't want to cooperate, because they say that they can only do this much because now I must recover from what I could not do. Perhaps, Chair, lastly, it's issue of the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation. Its efficiency, how is it effective to ensure that it detects early where you are not going to be able to achieve the targets that you have set, and then there must be necessary intervention. Because you look at some of the wording that is written, it's things that are in future. We will do this, we will do this, we will have. Supposed to say the M&E we have intervened, and then the next quarter we're going to see the results. Because the MME is supposed to intervene and supposed to detect, and then the executive authority working with the accounting office, then we deal with those things, so that when we come and to say that we're going to present to the committee, Chair, you present to say that we have implemented measures, not to say that you are still going to implement. Because to us, it means that there's perhaps when we arrive on the second quarter, we might see changes, or we might then start to see that is when you are starting to action, or put systems into places. Perhaps the department of the unit of M&E is very critical to be able to assist to detect some of the performance, or how basically these things can be resolved. With Chair, I want to conclude there.
Thank you, Chair. I want to believe that my colleague has covered some of the questions, and I don't want to repeat what he's said already. But Chair, regarding EMS, there was a talk, I don't know if it was just a rhetoric, about one ward, one ambulance in the past. I don't know, maybe it was just a rhetoric. I take it that's not the department's policy, or is it? Can it be confirmed? But the other thing is, I see your target of 0.5 percent, or is it what you achieved on EMS? You said it was 1 per 10,000. And currently you're standing what, at 1 per 20,000? If I could just get clarity on that one as well. Chair, the really general question I want to ask is the following. What is the vacancy rate of the Department of Health? And what is the intention to fill these vacancies? And what is happening with the CEOs? Where do you stand? Because this is senior management that should be, the pillar of strength in terms of administration in these institutions, health facilities. What is happening there? Are you able to fill these vacancies, and how far are you with the process? Are there posts that have been, perhaps been, I don't know what is happening with your establishment, because one of the things that appears to be happening, people appear to be acting on a continuous basis, and there's just no filling of positions. Like I said, my colleague has asked quite a number of questions that I intended to, but then I want to ask also about NHLS. If I heard you correctly, you said currently it's still non-functional, and there's no information that can be provided as we stand in terms of states or whatever is happening there. And my colleagues spoke about backup. What is happening there? If we could be assisted in terms of that. Chair, like I said, I really don't want to repeat some of the questions and comments made by my colleagues, so maybe perhaps I should just ask those general questions. Thank you.
Honorable Leach.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's just something which I picked up in the field. When a mother goes with her baby or with a small child who's got diarrhea or fever, etc., and they go to the clinic, they too have to sit in the row, in the queue for the whole day in order to get a referral to go to the hospital. By then it's too late. If a child has got diarrhea, that is something that must be attended to immediately, or a high fever. So if we can perhaps look into a system that will also assist with bringing down our death rates, especially with children under the age of 5, where it's not necessary in those cases for a mother to first go to a clinic to get a referral to see the hospital. And also, if we can, at least at our clinics, have people walking down the queue to establish which cases are emergencies, and also to determine which of the people are part of our elderly persons, because they also can't stand in a queue or sit in a queue for the whole day. They get really tired and they just physically can't do that. So if we can determine that, please. Thank you.
Honorable Meko.
No, Chair, colleagues have gone to town. Can he please address slide number 9? Bullet point number 1. It's written there, HIV positive 15 to 20 years, in brackets, excluding. What is that? At the political level, now wait alarm. Page 9. Wait alarm, mom to last too long. Who are these people who are excluded from that analysis? I don't like that abbreviation.
If you can hlaloswa, I'll be comfortable. Ke a leboha. Document e ke se ka tswa ka yona ka isi ya kae ka wa to oh le ya intsha mo. No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I think that was on a lighter note. But, look, MEC, your department is performing at a the performance is very low. I think it
So,
ranges.
Chairperson, you forgot about us.
Oh, was there ever a hand here?
No, you know, Chairperson, you noted me even before Mr. Van der Miko and
Apologies, apologies, Whip. Utlan Shapan that you know, Whip. Is there anyone that I over?
Me?
Yes, except you.
And
Or the both of you?
Yeah.
All right, no problem. Please squeeze yourselves in, honorable members.
No, I just wanted to make follow up on what Datemasui was saying on one ambulance. I think it was something that was launched some months ago on ambulances. So I think it was one ambulance, one ward. It also surprised me that as part of the problems that I experienced, it's on EMS, on ambulances, that if there's an ambulance taking a patient maybe from one hospital to another, that creates a problem in terms of availability. What came to my mind was the one ambulance, one ward, and especially with the coverage of 10,000 people. Because when it was launched, I then thought about places in Harib where one ward probably will be having about 2,000, 3,000 people now. If you have launched that program, and you see now it must cover 10,000 people, why do you have problems now? The other issue, I look at the targets that raising problems and also on your action plan. Just as an example, for obstetrics ambulances, that you also need trained personnel, but you don't give target to say we need to train them by this period, that we at least, so that it doesn't come as just as an action plan, because you can raise it as an action plan for the next 5 years. We keep on saying, no, we want to train people. Yesterday when we met the elderly people in Kwakwa, one of the issues that they raised as a problem was exactly on prosthetics, that they every time need that service, but as elderly people, because they are earning pension, they don't have private medical aid. They don't have access. So I think it's one of the issues that I don't know how it can be looked at. Now, as I look at the presentation, and especially on areas where there were problems, there are, problems are experienced in the same hospitals. If you talk about this problem of maybe the child mortality, this hospital, when you go to another problem, you raise the same hospitals, and then you look at them, those are regional hospitals. Unless if statistics are only received from regional hospitals, it then says really we really have to look straight into the problems of regional hospitals in the province and attend to them, to turn things around. One of the issues that I also picked up is the issue of on improving life expectancy. I don't know how, when you put that as a target, but it's not accompanied by working together with a department like social development, how would you achieve that? How would you raise life expectancy alone as a department? Because problems that have to deal with life expectancy, it's myriad of issues. But your target also, 2024, 62 years. And when you look at the country at the moment the country is running there at 62 point something. Are we not able to put targets that are really, that unless if we say we have so much serious, especially social ills in the province that they affect us to an extent that we lag behind the national target every time. That we always put targets that are tailing the national life expectancy. And I think it deals so much with primary healthcare, and I can see that in most of the programs that you undertake, it's targeting or emphasizing specifically the screening on cervical cancer. I think which is really one of the key problems that we really have to focus on. And I'm happy that I see that the department is also focusing on that. And lastly, the rifampicin resistant patient. You put a target of 60% and say you have achieved the target. I don't know, is it 60% because you have people defaulting? That's why you can't go to either 90% or 100%, because it says that the target is 60% and you have achieved the target. Is it? And it doesn't say why. Why is it? Because people are running away from the treatment. That's why you are not able to reach the. Patient, the default. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by welcoming the presentation before us, Chair. Chair, ho bua ka di-vitamin mo, vitamin A. Rona re shota vitamin B so that to function. I think that will be important. Next time when Department of Health come here, they must bring us vitamin B so that we must be able to, Chair, mine, it is about increasing of the number, the professional nurses. I didn't hear the presentation talk about doctors. I don't know where is it. Maybe it is somewhere here. But it is very important that in our facilities, like your hospitals, we must increase more doctors, because we will be avoiding the long queues, and more especially in your emergency, like your Pelinomi there. There was something that is happening there outside, where these people who are driving the ambulances, what do you call them? They were treating people outside the facility itself. So it came to my attention that we don't have doctors. If people are treated outside the facility, we don't have doctors inside. And when I get in there was no doctor that is helping people. It was only one doctor that they request him to come and help, you know. And the last one, it will be around the building that is behind the, I know that that building is not belonging to health department. It's belonging to public works. So the engagement, actually that one, it is advised for myself that you must engage with the Department of Public Works, so that you must be in charge of that building. So when you are recruiting for these people whom you are going to recruit, your professional nurses, they must at least have a nurses' home, that side, because Bloemfontein doesn't have a nurses' home. I don't know about Universitas, but the Pelenome itself, it's a very big hospital that cannot have the nurses' home where the nurses can, you know, stay there. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. Just before you answer, MEC and the team, I was making a point earlier on that your department is functioning, the performance is very low. I think it's outstandingly low as a department, and this is a point I must emphasize now, fully empowered by the information from the Premier's Office Monitoring and Evaluation. So you are hovering somewhere between 56 and 60%. And that's very much threatening because it speaks to the lives and livelihoods of our people. And I've been to Pelenome. I'm trying even today to make sense of how did we get to a point where this hospital was upgraded from being a regional hospital to a tertiary hospital. It's a mess, and I'll never stop about speaking about that hospital. It's a mess where when I was there, like you could literally jump over patients to access the entrance of the hospital. What Honorable Foko is raising is exactly what I've seen, experienced myself. By the way, before I came to where I am now, I'm a former employee of that department. That's why I'm very much jealous of it. Maybe honorable members don't hold the same sentiments, MEC, that I hold about that department. And the level of care I've seen there, it's so low that I suspect none of us sitting in this house would want to be admitted in that hospital. And I got pictures from Bitumelo saying, it's a mess. It's a mess. When I inquired, I'll not speak about the attitude of the personnel, including management. Maybe that I'll leave for a political platform, but when I inquired, I got told about shortage of staff. And shortage of staff, the backbone, the spinal cord of personnel of the department, nurses. Now, you've got about 3 colleges that you own. I'm not going to count satellite colleges. You've got about 3 colleges, main colleges you own, that every year you produce nurses from those colleges. But it's not every year where you employ the same number of nurses that you. And right now we're sitting on a moratorium where you can't even employ your own nurses. So what are you doing wasting our money like that? You are producing nurses for private sector, which can really make use of them because they are hanging somewhere there and our people are dying. I mean, what do we call this thing here? 8 deaths. It's children under the age of 5 in Botshabelo. 5 years. It means we're losing lives. Young lives that could otherwise have improved the economy of this country because health department in the Free State is caught napping. I don't even want to go to issues allocation at the funds, because this a cumulative problem. It happened over years. You can't lose. For example, go to Tabanchu, the trustee. The other side of it, is it Mukwena? How you so? I've been to a clinic somewhere. I can't really remember. It's not Sidiba, but it's one of the trustees. All professional nurses there who are managers of those clinics in your district system, all of them in 2 years are going to retire. And there's no plan whatsoever. You keep on bleeding personnel, but you're not getting anything back. Not that you are not producing, you are producing. But you've got no plan why you are producing. So one person dies, one person retires, you are unable to recruit back what you yourself have produced. Yet our people are dying. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe to members it makes sense. To me, it does not. And the explanation you get is shortage of staff. It's so normal that the first run to rationale becomes shortage of staff. So people are dying in our facilities. Now lately I got a case. Perhaps someone must run after the department, and that's not what we're intending to do. I got a case of a patient who was admitted there, neglected such that they have bed sores. They're just here for a fracture. And at some point they got admitted to, they went to theater, they came back with burn wounds. And they are unable to report this matter because it seems like there's not even a personnel to report a matter to. They get dismissed all the way. And even when you are a patient, you get to a hospital just to go there to be dismissed. And even people who are admitted there, they've got nowhere to go to. They just know, I might wake up dead. No medication, it's not acceptable. Why don't we have medication? So the issue of not having personnel, right, not acceptable. No medication, not acceptable. Because it seems like perhaps this rosy numbers that we get given here, although let's honor that you can MEC. They are also bad. But go down, touch one hospital, name anyone, including the tertiary hospital that you have. Both of them, including that mental institution. You're right so worse that when you get there, everything is windows, everything is bad. Personnel, I can tell you in mental hospital, you've got about, last time I left that hospital, it was about 60% of the personnel, which was about 50, above the age of 50. So we're heading for a disaster. And right under our watch, I don't know if we are at a strategic level, exactly what are we intending? Not that we don't have, I'm really trying to understand. And facilities, by their own nature, shame, so now they are going down. So I don't think we need to, I'm just worried about those issues. So medical legal hazards, they are so normal that at some stage they now need to be, or we know the department has to allocate something for this thing. You can't operate without, because you're already anticipating that you're going to kill people, you're going to endanger lives of the people. That's why you even allocate money for it. So I'm saying to you, to me, it does not make sense. You produce your own personnel, but you are unable to hire your own personnel because you put stumbling blocks. You draft policies why you can't hire. Maybe it's because you don't have money, but all along you've not been hiring. That's why you're losing personnel. So perhaps as and when you answer, like for example, I got an understanding that Honorable Khoban is speaking about the issue screening and maybe primary health care service in Bongani and Mufumadi Manapo Mupedi. There's no cervical cancer screening that's been done there. So how are you able to go reach your targets when you're unable to? So it means we might have missed what should have been early diagnosed on a basis that I'm not so sure it's shortage of equipment, it's shortage of everything. And if there's a department where we should not short anything is your department. How are we going to resolve it? I'm not sure. So I'm pleading to everyone's conscience, personnel, officials, clinical managers, HODs, EDG, MEC, and everyone else. And some of the people that we bury over the weekends here, it's precisely because of the neglect and poor performance. Because even the people that one day I landed in Pilinomi, I got there to a personnel that says, "No, I'm the only fully trained midwife here, and I'm having 3 others that are not midwives. They are general nurses and in a fully packed labor ward." So even they themselves, they just, you are pushing them to a burnout. They really do not want anything to do with your department or because they go home unable to wake up the next day to come back because we train them for a week to come because of the work that one nurse perhaps is doing a work of 4, 5 other nurses because of that shortage, which I'm struggling in my mind to understand. Nangoko, I just really do not understand. So I was saying we're caught by time, but hey, it's fine. Perhaps we should allow you space so that we don't, I don't want you to faint, MEC, when you leave here. I think members have. But let's allow your responses and quickly allow another department to come in. Thanks, MEC. Maybe I must end with the MEC as the political head. I should not breach the protocol. So Lona, you'll sort yourselves out who starts first, and then if DDG is online, then it will be DDG, HOD, and then lastly will be. But if they're not in line, I would prefer to at least close it up with the MEC. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, the HOD will start. Okay.
Thank you very much, MEC. Thank you, Chair, honorable members. We welcome the inputs and questions raised. I think from the discussions that ensued, there is this thing of shortage of staff and shortage of staff within the Department of Health. I must mention that at this point in time, compensation of employees constitutes 61% of our budget. And if we are to move further above that 61%, it means we will end up not having money to buy medication, to buy consumables, to purchase food for the patients. And the budget that we are allocated is actually approved by the legislature. And it's our appeal. The reality is that we are under budgeted as a Department of Health. And I think MEC, through your permission, I would really want to place this challenge to the legislature to re-look at the budget of the Department of Health because it's not sufficient. We've got shortage of staff, it's true. And we can't shy away from telling the truth that we've got shortage of staff. Yes, we are training nurses, we are unable to appoint them because we don't have money. In fact, at the end of this month, we are going to let go of most probably about 600 people because we don't have money in the Department of Health. And the questions that were raised, there was a question around the EMS that our target is to have 1 ambulance for the 10,000 population. And at this point in time, we need to double the number of ambulances for us to, that is number of operational ambulances for us to be able to meet this norm of 1:1,000. And unfortunately, just 1 ambulance for the shifts because an ambulance runs 8 hours. For one ambulance, we need 8 paramedics. If we were to increase the number of ambulances by 100, actually by 10, it means we need 80 people, additional people to run only 10 ambulances. Now, within the Harib district, we meet that norm, which is a great success. Yesterday, MEC had a meeting with, 2 days back, MEC had a meeting with the EMS personnel. And our intention is to increase the number of ambulances in Mangaung specifically. But we would not make a huge dent. But we really have to sacrifice something to increase the number of ambulances in Mangaung because of the population of Mangaung relative to the number of ambulances that we have. And there was a question around our targets that we don't reach some of the targets, but we increase them in the next financial year. The reality is that if you look at our targets as the health sector, I think, Honourable Member, look at other departments, which department has 154 targets on its 8PP. 154 targets. Some of our targets are national targets. We do not have a control on them. We have to put them as they are, unfortunately. And there are some of the targets that we keep because those are within our control that we maintain. And there are some of the targets that even fall away and new targets coming in. And the program 1, program 1 is the lowest performing program based on the payment within 30 days. Obviously, if there's a challenge with funding, because the financial management function is within program 1. If there's a challenge with the finances, we would not be able to pay people within 30 days, which is something that we are not happy with as the officials, but we have to make and do with the little that we have. So that is a great disappointment on our side that this target is actually out of our control, because each and every year, if you look at the health sector, the education sector, the accruals are increasing and increasing. Why? Because the budgets are being cut annually. And we are a human capital intensive department. Now, every time when the salaries are increased, because salaries, we're paying of the 13 billion, 8 billion of it goes to salaries. Almost 9 billion goes to salaries. Now, the goods and services portion and capital portions are smaller. But every year when the salaries increase, they do not increase at the rate at which the budget increases. We are told that if the salaries increases, for an example, by 5%, then we will receive an increase of 3.7%. And we are told, find the other money from your budget. What does that mean? Encroach into your goods and services, and it means your goods and services budget is becoming smaller and smaller. But the opposite on the other side is that medication inflation, it's much higher even than our salaries. Remember, we buy medication from outside the country. So these are some of the complications and challenges we are confronted with as a Department of Health. And the audit of security, I think what we can present to the committee is that the second highest officials in charge of security in the department, we suspended them. We suspended them because of some irregularities that we found within the department. And that on its own would have an impact on our activities within the security environment. And we are working on that. We've got people that we put in there, and we surely would achieve or make up for the losses of the first quarter. And the 51% women, CFO will respond to that, but I must indicate that this year we are aggressive when it comes. We've changed our policy, but you'll give the finer details. We are aggressive when it comes to empowering women, and it would be different, but as I mentioned, CFO will come in there. The training of 691 employees instead of 750. Our norm normally it's 25% per quarter, 25, 25, 25. But our quotas within the health sector are different. The first quarter of the financial year, it's a winter season. And that is a season where we encounter a number of people within our facilities. September, it's just September in the second quarter, it's the month of babies, the since of December. So there are those dynamics at play. So if we achieved 691 instead of 750, it's actually 23% instead of 25%. It's 2% slightly below the target. And we are confident that we'll make up for that 2%. And for us, it's a great achievement, especially during the winter season when everybody is busy and people, even our own officials, get sick during that season. And then the NHLS. No, thanks, Chair. The NHLS is National Health Laboratory Services. It's an entity of the National Department of Health. It's not our entity. It's an entity that services the Department of Health. Now, their system, it's an independent system, but it's there to support us. And we are under no control of that system. The system that was attacked is that of NHLS, which we feed into, which must also feed back to us on the status of the tests that we would have sent out to NHL, to the laboratories for the laboratory, obviously, to conduct its own functions there. And then so the cyber attack on NHLS, we don't have control on it, but NHLS have basically tried to assist us at least to prioritize certain results for specific, say, blood tests, like HIV and AIDS and all that. So they are working on it. They are not really sitting back. We are not blaming them, but we just have to raise it that there is that impediment on the service. And it means if we have a patient awaiting the results, this is one patient who most probably would not have slept in hospital. But we will have to keep this patient if we cannot obtain the results within few hours, and we receive the results tomorrow. So that on its own has the financial implications also on us. Once the patient is admitted, we must also feed that patient. And we lose an opportunity to put another patient on the bed. The children under 5 years, that is the fatality of children under 5 years. Chair, if you look at our reports, you would notice that under primary health care, the only reason why we're losing children under 5 years it's because of severe malnutrition. That's the severe acute malnutrition. That's basically the biggest problem. And this is attributed by many factors. The Free State on its own. If you look at the factors that affects health, poverty is one of them. And it also affects the lifespan of the people in the Free State. If people are poor, they don't have anything to eat, it becomes a problem. Unemployment, it's one of those things. The quality of water at our municipalities, the sewer that is running on the streets, those are some of the things that have impact, and they end up at the health facilities. So there are those dynamics at play if you look at it. But at the PHC, primary health care level, we've got only severe acute malnutrition. But when it comes to the second level of care, that's where we are experiencing deaths as a result of pneumonia, deaths as a result of diarrhea. Yes. So I think Mayor would explain as to why at this level, and most probably these people that find themselves on the second level must have been referred from the first level, because these cases are cases that really needs specialists now, because some people bring kids at the stage when really they are about to lose their lives. But Mayor Otla respond more. And then the clinical governance meetings chair, I fully agree. They are supposed to sit. MEC hammers on it. We hammer on it that these clinical meetings must sit, and they must sit. They actually sit at the facilities. Now, sometimes you find that the management of the hospitals, they find themselves too busy, and it can't be that even if they are busy, they cannot allocate time for these governance meetings, because they are quite crucial if you were to make it as a department. And then the vacancy rate, I'm sure that Dave Fikizolo will talk to that. And then an honorable member indicated that when a mother goes with a child, they wait till late at our facilities. It's true, it happens in some of the facilities. But what we encourage our facilities to do is to triage. That is, they must check the people that are on the lines, which cases requires urgent attention, so that they can attend to those people in time and put them on a fast lane. But I think it's not happening in all our facilities, especially at primary health care. Especially we're talking about the kids and the elderly people, and severe cases like asthma and things like that. But then in our hospitals, we know that triaging is taking place. And then I'm trying to move with speed, Chair. I know that you are in a hurry. The vitamin B we can provide, Honorable Member. Honestly, we can provide. We've got a clinic right at Bophelo House. We can arrange that our nurses go to the legislature and provide you with that vitamin B. Thanks very much. And then Dr. Fikizolo will talk about the number of doctors, training of nurses. Chair, I don't know if you are advising us to close down the the School of Nursing, so that we do not train nurses. But on a lighter note, Chair, the challenge that we have with nurses, Chair, I think you hinted on it, the midwifery. You said in one facility there's only one or in one ward there's only one midwifery. We've got a shortage of midwifery nurses across the country. Not only them, the scrub nurses, we don't have them. There are a lot of specialties. The forensic nurses, we've got a shortage thereof, and we have engaged now the University of the Free State, requesting them at least to assist us with developing just a course so that we can send people on course on training by instruction to make up for it. But I think the sector has got a problem itself in that a number of institutions are no more offering those specialities. But we've requested University of the Free State to see if they can develop it and go through the processes to accredit such training. Let me see. I think I'll leave it at this, and then the colleagues can come in where I fell short. Thank you.
Let me check. I think I must allow two. What is the mood? I'm a very democratic chair. Just two before the MEC, and then if you like, one can go and then MEC.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I know Honorable Chair and Honorable Meko made it very clear that this session is not financial. But as and when the HOD was talking about the bleeding that we have, in actual fact, our COE is 69% of the total budget. The report is there, Chair. Our budget for COE is 9.5 billion out of 13.7 billion. So it's 69%. We're supposed to be at 60%. So what happens in the case where we can't get additional money from Treasury is that when we recruit more, then you need to cut on your goods and services just to augment the COE, because there's no money. So which means you must reduce your COE to accommodate. And then you'll have a situation where you've got more than 70% of the money going for COE and nothing for the medications and everything. So that's a serious matter. And we've been knocking doors all the time, many correspondences to Treasury to try and assist. That's one I'd like to note, Chair. Women-owned business. Women-owned business, Chair. We are aware that we are at 38%. We should have been at 40%. Because we've just done the review of the strategy. Because we are assessing women, only recognizing them when they've got more than 51% shares in a company. So what we've done, and then we allocated points for that. What we've done now, because you realize that there are very few that are actually at 51% and more, we've done the strategy where we are now even allocating points to even below 50%, because that's the only way we can have more women businesses empowered in getting procurement from the department. So the strategy has been signed off and everything will be implemented. We'll then start looking into the outcome of that particular implementation of the strategy. But definitely the numbers will have to increase. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll deal with the vacancy rate as well as the CEOs. The vacancy rate of the department is standing between 28 and 30% across the board. This is exacerbated by the fact that what CFO is saying, the non-availability of budget for some of these posts. On the CEOs, there are 8 CEOs positions that we have sent advert to DPSA, 8 CEOs and 3 district managers. So we're just waiting for the DPSA to advertise those. Then we'll have our internal advert also, so that the dates do not conflict. The closing dates for the post do not conflict. So that's where we are. Chair, on the issues of the distribution of doctors, I would like to ask your indulgence in that we submit that information in writing so that we can state exactly where they are and how many doctors do we have per facility. This information is not readily available now because we'll submit that to the legislature. If you allow us, Chair.
I think it's acceptable, members. Ke le shebile le kgathetse lona ha ka through the list Ntate Maswe. He might
Yeah, Honorable Chair, just one explanation quickly. There was a question by Honorable Masweu about the 0.5 for ambulance coverage. I just want to explain it quite briefly that the benchmark is to have one ambulance per 10,000 population. So one would actually represent that ratio. So where we report 0.5 or where the target is 0.5, it simply means we are rostering, in this particular case is the target, so it would be us rostering half the number of ambulances that are required. But now because you can't run a half ambulance, you'd rather have double the number of people that should be going with that ambulance. That's why then we say 0.5 means 1 per 20,000 rather than the ideal 1 per 10,000. Thank you.
MEC.
Honorable Chair, I believe we have attempted to respond to the questions that have been asked. And there was a time when you worried me. I thought the information hit you very hard. But Chair, I believe that we're trying to swim against the tide as the department. And what we're trying to do by all times is to not to accept the abnormal situation that we exist in and make it a normal situation. We continue to fight, and we also believe that this is the first time in this legislature coming here, and I would have liked if we could have spent the whole day and taken the committee through all the challenges in detail, so that the committee can then have a clearer picture of what is it that confronts us on a daily basis as we get to our facilities. But we're trying, and hence I always make a call to say, when we come here, we expect an honest, assessment. And but at the same time, we also expect support from the legislature, in that we are the last hope of our people to achieve health and wellness. And we cannot, the legislature cannot afford to have our people losing confidence in their last hope. That would really finish them off. Honorable Chair, we appreciate the opportunity to come here. Thank you very much. The last thing is the issue that was raised by Honorable Meko. I think it's just a matter of explanation. It did not refer to my organization that is excluded. It's just antenatal care. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, and to the MEC and the senior managers of the department. We see what you are doing every day. Don't think that we don't see what you are doing every day, but we want you to do more. Unfortunately, and unfortunately, I think even honourable members, they are slightly held aback. You are the darling of the chair of the portfolio committee. unfortunately. So we're going to whip you very hard every time you come here. So every time you come here, come slightly organized, because shame, I was born and bred in that department, so I cannot stand. I think my conscience is as much as yours. To lose one life to me, it's really not acceptable. And so I'm trying. I see every time, I think MEC knows, every time I do not have anything to do in my hands, I take a turn. He always complains to me that I drop in unannounced. That's what I do. And I meet some of you and the senior department in clinical facilities who are very much relaxed. We can't have that when Free State is at this point. So we really appreciate what you're doing for our people, but we need more. And I think your plight, MEC, has fell on hearing ears at least. I don't know, but yes, I hope they are hearing. You need more money. Thank you very much, MEC and the team.
Bar blackmail.
Oh, MEC and the health team, you are invited. Seems like there's more for lunch. I don't know. So it seems like the Kiambushu Amona for lunch when we're supposed to finish off. Honorable members. Honorable members. Marzama, you are disruptive. We really quickly want to process Department of Education. They are not going to take long because the MEC is not here. So that when we break here, we somewhere go home. Can we allow them quickly in? I think by Tibakanna Vajavona in the meantime. Gentlemen, welcome. I don't know if the team is all in.
Optio pasalo dumedis.
To the education team, you are most welcome. And let me quickly introduce members that are here. So you quickly introduce yourself. Just when you introduce yourself, I'll also hand over to the Honorable Member Zamas Kwebela to somewhere hit you oath of affirmation, and thereafter you'll somewhere go straight to your presentations. On the furthest right is Honorable Meko, and next to him is Honorable Zamas Kwebela, Honorable Maseu next to him. Next to him is Honorable Leach. Next to her is Honorable Kharekwe. Next to her is Honorable Fokode, the furthest corner. The one walking in relaxed is Honorable Opo Khobane. So you may quickly introduce yourself there. Immediately thereafter, Honorable Zamaskwebelo will somehow make you at least take an oath. Feel free thereafter to somehow start with your presentation. And when you do start with your presentation, please focus on your deviations and actions taken to deal with that and consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Tswarelo Malakwane, I'm the HOD of Education. I'm with Ntate Mzamo Jacobs, responsible for strategic planning and M&E, and also with Ntate Mazibuko. Chair, a quick disclaimer, if I could front load it now. At this stage, we have all officials focusing on the last push strategies, because normally at this time we drop all and support the class, in this case of 2024. So, but we are all capable to deal with any matter that could be raised. I can take the oath, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, HOD. HOD, are you going to take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Okay, please state your full names for the record.
Tswarelo Malakwane.
Do you swear what you are about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, HOD. Is there any other person? Or it's only you, HOD? Okay, no, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You can hammer away, HOD.
Thank you, Chair. I was advised that we will only deal with the first quarter report. Chair, yes, I can start. Chair, I would love to bring your attention to page 2 of our presentation. Initially, Chair, because explaining this is very important. Initially, Chair, we had 66 output indicators, and we then had an audit process, and on our IOP issues, the Auditor General raised the fact that there are certain targets that were not included in our APP. And those targets, we have actually put them back into the current APP, meaning which during the adjustment process will retable our APP to include them so that we don't get the same audit findings as it were. And Chair, we've got now in total 71 output indicators, 28 standardized, 43 provincial. Quarterly are only 5. Chair, we used to come to this committee only present the 5. But the committee said they would want to also monitor the in-year progress of all the other indicators. So we've got quite a voluminous presentation, but I'll simply go to what the Chair's advised. Try to deal with areas where there's deviation. And if you allow, Chair, I can then move. And you will see that on Program 1, Administration, we have created a legend as we go to each and every program, Chair. A green symbolizing achievements, and then amber symbolizing progress, and the red meaning slow progress. So I would want to put that out there. Chair, the first 2, which is output indicator 101 and 102, they are quarterly targets. They are 2 of the 5, and you can see, Chair, we have met them. But I also need to provide the rider that probably when you come again to, Chair, in the second quarter, the figure may have changed a little bit. Normally what we do, we've got a program that we call rationalization of non-viable schools. These are schools that are normally having less than 50 learners. Because we want to discourage multi-grade teaching, we normally close those schools and then take the learners to our hostel project. I needed to put that out there, Chair. Then 103, Chair, you see it looks small, but that was the first quarter, and we only paid for accruals, as well as transfer payments to schools. So the figure may be minimal, but, Chair, it's within the norm. And as for 104, we have not achieved it, Chair, because procurement is still in progress. These are ICT-related items. And then you go to Number of teachers provided with ICT devices, Chair, this is also procurement in progress because we're only buying for virtual learning recovery project first. There are other projects that we'll be buying for. So it's still early days, as it were. Number of office-based educators provided with ICT devices. Here we're targeting 2 subjects in particular, in fact, business studies subject advisors, and those 3 e-learning officials that we have appointed who would actually be having starter packs to be able to go and deliver pedagogy wherever they are. It's like mobile devices, projectors for them to work wherever they are, just to ensure that wherever they arrive, they don't struggle with projectors. They are able just to put up and go. And 107 is achieved, Chair, which is a quarterly target. I must mention we have already achieved it in this quarter. And there is a variance in 108. Number of schools reached through advocacy campaigns on GBV. Chair, this is work in progress. GBV has become another pandemic, and it has also manifested itself in our schools. To that end, Chair, we were even forced to appoint a gender focal person who reports directly to the HOD to have issues of this nature being reported. We've got a program where we are actually reporting on a daily basis and covering both officials as well as the learners. So 1008 and 109 are just a manifestation of that submission I've just made. When you look at public ordinary schools, Chair, here, this is our core business, and you will see that we've got 16 achieved targets, and because we're driven by norms. And then you see 14, they are still work in progress. We don't have anything non-achieved. On number of schools provided with multimedia resources, you'll see we're overachieving the targets, Chair, because the objective is to ensure that any resource provisioning is done as early as possible in the academic year so that learners can be drilled and trained into using it also with their teachers. So this is just reminiscent of that. 202 number of learners, you can see we are flush. We are meeting the no fees schools policy, including 203, Chair. There is a gross variance to the positive, of course. When you look at 204, is number of foundation-phase teachers trained in reading methodology. Because now we started getting even more teachers coming either from grade R or ECD. We ramped up our training, especially on Jollyphonics. And the other grades like 2 and 3 teachers will be conducted in this coming quarters. And I think, Chair, now that we are probably in the 3rd quarter, by the time we come and report, we'll provide requisite progress. Number of foundation-phase teachers trained in numeracy content and methodology. We're quick off the blocks in the 1st quarter, Chair, nothing unusual. 206, Chair, you will see that we are almost, the variance is very negligible for the same reason that if it is about training, we try to do training as early as possible in the year so that they can go and impart the tutelage and inculcate professional tendencies quite early in the academic year. On 207, Chair, the same narrative. You will see that whatever we had planned for various grades, we are on par and almost have surpassed the 50% mark of our targeted output indicators. And on 208, number of grade 1-3 teachers trained in literacy and content methodology. We will continue, Chair, in next quarters, but we are on course, as you can see. You may look at this one of 209 as a little bit dragging. Chair, be assured that we'll be able to read it, to reach it. And I know we ramped up in the 2nd quarter. It's actually called Early Grade Reading Assessment Tool, where we actually ensure that we assess learners for their cognitive levels in reading, as it were. Because at that level, we only focus on numeracy and literacy. Number of schools provided with grade 3 African languages reading material, that is fine. Chair, I think 211, number of primary schools monitored on the implementation of the National Reading Plan. We are on course, Chair, as you can see. We may look a little bit more on the lower side, but IT requires pre-procurement. As I've said, Chair, I'm sure by this time the number would have made some meaningful impression on the 1,000, as it were. And then when you look at the number of teachers trained in coding and robotics and digital technology, this is what we want to really scale, Chair. If wishes were horses, we could be having almost all the learners to be exposed for IR, artificial intelligence interventions, as it were. But we are on course, Chair. And the number of teachers trained on inclusion, which is very good. Our teachers must be able to delineate the learners, be able to determine any forms of barriers to learning, so that we are able to support children in a differentiated manner. Because you find that there could be children who are dyslexic. The teacher must be trained to see that, but this child is probably dyslexic or the child has got a particular barrier. So because the teacher is the ultimate arbiter, they should be trained to make those judgment calls and then get early intervention. We don't see these things quite late, and then they bloat our concessions and accommodations protocols. And I think 216 Chair is achieved. I shouldn't make much about it. Even though we have achieved 217 Chair, we have realized that the Free State has lost its food as the breadbasket of this country. So we need to create pedagogy that backs the narrative. So we don't only want to maintain the 18 schools, but we also want to introduce agricultural pathways in non-agricultural schools so that we actually start developing our own timber to push this narrative, because the current tutelage tells us that new generation of millionaires will come from real estate and agriculture. And the number of art schools, Chair, this is our flagship school. We have established this school at Botshabelo in Riamwezi. It's an art school. We gave them some studios, dance studios. We gave them some graphic and design studios, so that if we say it's an art school, we must mean it. So we want to use this school as a prototype to scale as we move to other districts, so that the question must not be say there is obvious bias to Moteo. Then on hospitality, Chair, we've got main schools. These are our focus schools. We've met our target, and the number of schools offering aviation, Chair, we want to also scale this. We buy drones, and I see the world is turning to drones, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in retail. Drones are the in thing, and because learners who are young, they are IT savvy. So we need to see whether we can enthuse more of them. But in this business, you can't hurry, you can't sprint before you walk. We should rather hurry slowly and to use these two schools as a model, then before we can scale moving forward within our non-existent resources, Chair. 221, Chair, let me say it is achieved. Number of grade 10 learners who participate in STREAM subjects. Here, the narrative, Chair, is such that we want to ramp up participation rate of our learners in these rather difficult gateway subjects, like mathematics and physical science. That's why we still have the agricultural studies. We also want to target grade 10 to ensure that we secure the throughput rate. Those learners that get into grade 10, they must finish grade 12. Number of primary schools where whole school evaluation policies implemented, it's the same as 224, Chair. Though we have not achieved the target as yet, but more schools will be evaluated during the remaining quarters. And the number of learners accessing second chance program. We have got the best second chance program in this country, Chair. These are learners who are giving a second bite, who may not have done well, because an exam, Chair, is an event. So many things can happen in exam. Even the most brilliant student learners may not make it for one reason or another. So this program is aimed at giving them a second bite so that they can actually, receive better marks and they are quickly reprocessed into the academic stream or any pathway that they may choose. And 226, Chair, these are the percentage of learners who access to required maths textbooks in grades 6, 9, and 10. Here, Chair, we must enforce retention rate of our resources. A textbook has got a 5-year lifespan within the system. A lot of our learners, they take these textbooks, they don't bring them back. So, though the samples are small, Chair, that we have sampled, but the issue here is about uploading on our SASMs to to ensure that we can account for, because textbooks are state assets, so we need to account for them. So this is just the process as it went. I must say, Chair, the samples are at 46.8%, 89.8%, which are minuscule if you look at the vastness of our ecosystem. And the same thing happens, Chair, with 227. The same principle holds. But we have written to all the schools, we gave them the deadline of the end of September. Surely when we come to report, the figures will be different, as these are annual targets. And then when you go to 228, Chair, a number of schools participating in sporting activities, I see Honorable Khwabane looking at me, because there is a perception that we have overloaded the academic side of student life, and we fail to actually ramp up on extracurricular activities to create a model and rounded learner. Chair, we came up with a project called the Magnificent Wednesday School Sports Program. Even though in the first quarter, the first numbers that we recorded, because it was the first quarter and we were registering the schools, was 152. The program itself has got over 750 schools participating. When the time is right, we can also come and give evidence of how this program has benefited a lot of youngsters who can have career pathways in sports. And then on 229, we've overachieved, Chair, as you can see, and the variance is very negligible, Chair, on 230. These are enrichment programs, particularly on social cohesion. On program 3, we achieved all the targets, Chair. I don't think I must belabor them. And skip to program 4, public special school education. Here, Chair, we've got 3 achieved and 2 in progress. I will just focus on the 2 in progress. Chair, we have number of 403, number of schools of skills implementing the technical occupational stream. There are 8 now against the benchmark of 9. We have since identified facilities in Thabo Mofutsanyane to ensure that we do this. These are, lack of a better word, those who are probably my age, Ambach schools. Because there is a propensity to overload the academic stream when the market is saturated. We are pushing towards what we call the 3-stream model, where we push learners towards technical subjects, occupational and vocational subjects. There are learners who are gifted, who can use their hands, and they can actually even make a better living like learners who come from university. So the school has got to be open for us to move towards that direction. That's what we are doing now, Chair. And I think 404, we have achieved it, Chair, and we have overachieved 405. And then on program 5, early childhood development, Chair, which is our new kid on the block, you will see we've got 5 in progress, and 5 achieved and 2 in progress. There's a reason for that we are already achieving in the first quarter, because it's norms and standards. When you do ECD provisioning, the norms are there. You need to work according to the norm. I think the figures speak for themselves. On 505, there's variance, Chair, but you can see already in the first quarter, Chair, we had already trained 414. When we still had 3 quarters to catch up. I'm not worried, Chair, at all about the 506. I am sure that by where we are, because this is just a figure of the first quarter, we'll be able to catch up. Probably when you report the second and third quarter, the picture would actually be different and offered to the committee. I can go to program 6 if you allow, Chair. Program 6 is infrastructure. It grinds its way because of its nature. You will say we've got 6 indicators that are in progress and 1 that is in the red, Chair. Number of public schools provided with water infrastructure. This is what I've already said, is some of the indicators that we had to add, some of the 5 that we had to add due to the audit process. We will be able to I'm confident, Chair, where we provide water, we'll be able to complete these projects within the time specified. Where we've got challenges, Chair, I must be honest. You get to a school, you find that there is no water. You'll find that it is probably where you've got an erratic or in constant supply by the municipality. Then we changed the strategy, like it's happening in Thabo Mofokeng, and I'm really worried, Chair. We are now having a problem of water, but we have had to devise and get a system that will actually, two systems. One system has got I would say a receiving tank that will actually put water in the tank at night when there is no traffic. During the day, the school operates only on the tank. The second one is where it is terminally arid. There's nothing that you can do. We actually do boreholes. We work with the University of the Free State, make the water potable, and ensure that there are reports, lab reports, so that children don't get bacteria. So that is the strategy that we think could help us in Thabo Mofokeng. Number of public schools provided with electricity infrastructure. It's work in progress, Chair. Electricity is not brick and mortar. These are things that we need just a bank of professionals who can come into the ecosystem and then implement. Number of public schools supplied with sanitation facilities. These projects are progressing as planned, Chair. The remaining projects, we are confident that will be completed later in the year. And new additional boarding facilities, we've got a number of them, Chair, at various stages, like Leboneng Hostel, that the National Portfolio, the NCOP came to look at. But in this case, the one planned is within a range of being achieved moving forward. A number of schools where scheduled maintenance projects were completed, we've got 14, and the Chair was saying scheduled maintenance is progressing well due to contractors' good performance, because now these are contractors that we monitor ourselves in-house. We've got, I would say it's not a PMU, but it is an infrastructure unit with a lot of professionals with various skills. So we implement these things in-house, Chair, and all our projects, if I'm to aggregate, are progressing well. A number of security fences constructed, Chair. A lot of schools gave us a lot of requests saying there are a lot of breakages, at least as the first line of defense. If you've got a credible fence, we are now rolling out what is normally known Clear View fence. It could be Better View or any other brand, but something of that nature to ensure that we've got fences going. We're confident, Chair, because on average, it takes about 3 months to put up a fence. So they'll be able to execute this. We've got something that we call the National Education Infrastructure Management System. Let me say it's almost like your condition assessment. We've got 72 schools that we are currently assessing, Chair, at various points within the year. When the time is right at a particular quarter, we'll report on them, Chair. Program 7, Chair, I'm submitting a nil report because I can only report on program 4 in January when the children have written exam. And on the last page, 36, we've just created a legend to see how we have recovered from COVID and where we are destined. We are destined to eclipse the 82% of 2023-24 moving forward. With that, that completes our submission, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Members, I'm not so sure if there are any questions, but this is your time. I'm aware you've been kept for a while now, Dave. You are using the last energies to think. And so in the absence of any, I think Tate Malakwani, that seeks to say you've outdone yourself with both the achievements and presentation. There's no way that politicians can keep quiet. It's impossible. But you've silenced them today. So I think also the dynamics speak differently. So with that being said, we were made aware that the MEC is not going to be with us today. We had received apology, but equally, when we got here, the Portfolio Committee noted that the APPs are actually her prerequisite, her competency. So at some point, we'll have to arrange some time at this platform that she comes and presents them. Whether she drags you along or she comes alone, she's most welcome. She knows us all, except Honorable Zamas Kwebela.
she looks a bit different when she's in, I mean, he looks a bit different in portfolio committees. That being said, we thank you very much. Please travel back safe. I'm not so sure, yeah, but there's also refreshments here, so feel free to join us. Honorable members, I think this brings us to the business of the day. On item number 6 of your agenda, adopted agenda. So that being said, har lokoloeng santsane go utlwana re tla kopana ka matlanyana ke a fuel. Let me ke kwale bokopano bona. We'll meet some other time. Thank you very much.